Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. The mayor has called the meeting to order. Mayor Davey?
Here.
Councilmember Laredo?
Here.
Councilmember London? Councilmember McCormick?
Here.
Vice Mayor Moss?
Here.
Councilmember Petros?
Here.
Councilmember Segurola?
Here.
Mr. Mayor, we do have a quorum. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance
To
to
the
the flag
flag
of
of
the United States of America and to the republic
for which it stands,
one nation under God, indivisible,
indivisible,
liberty and
liberty
justice.
and justice for all.
The first item on the agenda, Mr. Mayor, is brief comments by council.
Okay, does anybody have anything they'd like to say? Okay, I've got a couple of things. I think Councilmember London has joined us. Councilmember London, are you there? There he is.
I'm here.
Okay. Just a few things very quickly. I want to mention the census. There's a press conference going on tomorrow. Commissioner Bovo of the Miami-Dade County Board of Commissioners is having a press conference to discuss the census and the importance of it. Also to inform people, and that's part of the reason for my comments. The census date has been moved up. The cutoff is now September 30th. They had moved it from, I believe it was in April, they'd moved it to October, now moved it to September 30th so that they get a count. So I just want to impress upon everybody in the community, please, if you haven't already gone to 2020census.gov, please go, fill it out. It's a fairly straightforward process. It takes about 5-10 minutes to get it done. All you need to know is where you live and your significant other's birth date, and you should be able to get through it pretty readily. It's important for the census. The census numbers help to determine funding for a number of things, schools, federal projects. It's important that we do this. Our rate of response here on Key Biscayne right now is 52. I'm going to pull up the number specifically. It's 52.2%. Just to give you a perspective, Palmetto Bay is at 77.9. Miami Shores is at 76.1. Miami Lakes is at 70.8. So we can do better as a community. And I would implore everybody, and again, all council members, if you all can get on people and just sort of remind them that this is important to the community, and it's a way for county community members to help the community going forward. So that's it on the census. I was on a call today with the Miami-Dade League of Cities Board of Directors and the mayors, along with Mayor Jimenez. He's going to modify the restrictions on restaurants. He's going to allow, beginning Monday, he's going to allow indoor dining at the standards that were in place as of the shutdown on July 6th. So that means 50% capacity, no more than 4 people at a table unless they're family members. Family members, and manager, you may be able to speak to this, but it's either 6 or 10 is the number of family members, but they must reside in the same household. It cannot just be, it can't be your family, your extended family. It's got to be members who are living together. So that's that. Ed, I hope the pizza's good. Thank you. So that's that. They're going to come out with the announcement tonight. Again, it'll start Monday. One thing I had asked the mayor, because restaurant owners had been talking about it, was to see if we could push the curfew back to 11 p.m. just to give them another opportunity to get another seating in. The county is considering that, but that is not going to happen at this time. They may do that after Labor Day. So that's it on those 2 items. I'm going to bring up something for approvals, deferrals, or additions and deletions to the agenda. Does anybody have anything else? Okay, let's move on to additions, deletions.
Next item, Mr. Mayor, is the agenda: approvals, deferrals, additions, deletions, substitutions, and withdrawals.
Hi.
Councilmember Laredo?
Hi. I don't want to get into discussion of why it happened, but from my count, approximately at least 1 million, almost 1.5 million, close to items for approval on this today, and for reasons that we don't need to discuss now. I did not get my electronic agenda until almost 6 o'clock on Friday, and I would like to therefore waive all this consent agenda because I want to have the presentations. Normally, I would have had more time to read. Other than the minutes, I'm prepared to find the minutes, but the other ones, I think I'm going to require some discussion. I don't know if that is called deletions or when you take it out of consent so that we can discuss.
No, you're just pulling items off consent? So
yes.
Just to be clear, you'd be pulling C, D, E, F. Let me make sure.
And G.
And G, just, I want to make sure.
Yeah.
Okay, so C, D, so you'd like to pull all consent off? Okay. Vice Mayor Matt Moss?
Mayor, yeah, I'd like to add 2 items to the manager, a quick update on the compensation study and a quick update on the workforce analysis consultant. And we can put that under the manager's report.
Compensation report?
Compensation study and the workforce analysis consultant.
That's one item or 2 items? One item.
You can make them 2 separate items under the manager. Just want to get an update of where we are on it.
Okay. Anybody else? Any other items?
No, but I would like to commend our new clerk on her minutes. This is the first time we've had minutes that she did, and I thought she did a really good job. So I wanted to thank her for that.
Thank you, Councilor. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Okay, I just, if we have time, I'd like to just have a discussion amongst us on Robert's rules. So I'd add it as Mayor and Council Member A3.
Okay. Anyway, a clarification, if I may, Mayor,
Sure.
Again, there is an item resolution C on tab 12, and yet I see a presentation by the Vision Board. I imagine it's the same
I
thing.
apologize. Good catch. I was going to recommend that they be combined and that we either have that resolution heard right after we hear the report, or combine the two and have them report at the time we're discussing the resolution.
I think it would be better if we could move the resolution to the report.
Fine.
Because we have people, I think, that are going to present at the beginning.
I mean, yeah, we have a consent item, and then if everybody's in agreement, we could move that resolution up right after the consent agenda, which is just the minutes.
I move the minutes.
I'm fine with that. I would state that some of these other resolutions to me are somewhat correlated to this resolution. So I don't know if we can make a final decision, but it's fine.
Yeah, I kind of rather go am I understanding that you want to do that first? I like to have the order, but I don't want to have 2 presentations.
Right. Well, that's what I was thinking. So why don't we? All right.
I know that everybody's ready to present, but so are we. Here we are Tuesday night, and we're going to spend 3 or 4 hours.
Right.
Just combine them.
Sure.
Well, but that's what
combine them, but in the same form. I think it shouldn't be the first thing.
Okay. So we'll bring the resolution to right after the special presentation. Is that okay?
No, the other way around. We just.
Or you want the special presentation with the?
When we get to that item, let them present.
How's everybody else feel about that?
I think it's better than just to keep them separate, let them present. I mean, there's people waiting, and they're going to have to wait throughout the whole meeting to figure out when it's going to start. It might be easier to let some of the board members do their presentation.
Okay, and if there's questions that we have, maybe some of them can stay and we can ask those questions.
I think so.
Okay,
Or I just don't want to have people waiting. That's all.
I understand. I just trying to do efficiently. Anybody else? Okay. All those in favor?
All those in favor of the agenda changes?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Opposed? Okay, motion carries.
Great. And I'll, the special presentations next.
Next item, Mr. Mayor, is public comments.
Apologies. Skip right over it.
The problem, Mayor, that we want to discuss rules of procedure later on, but see, here's the problem. While I sympathize by the courtesy, et cetera, that the people from the vision board or the representative wants to present, but also there are a whole bunch of citizens that want to present.
Well, that's right. They're here now.
Right. I mean, so we're going to get them all together at the beginning.
Right. Yes, we're doing, and we're also doing.
The only problem is that when the public comments comes up and we can discuss it, we never get a chance to exchange.
Well, yeah, we don't.
Technically, the vision plan board should come under public comments, to be honest with you.
Well, but it's a board, so it's a special presentation.
Okay, fine. I'm just trying to make this faster meeting, but that's all right.
Okay. All right. Do we have anybody speaking?
Mr. Mayor, we do have 3 people currently signed up to speak. Ladies and gentlemen in the audience, if you do wish to address council on any topic, please dial 305-365-7569 and enter the meeting ID 231-627-8415. Also for those of us, or those of you watching on channel 77, channel 99, or streaming it online, if you will look to the bottom of your screen, you will also see the phone number and the meeting ID. All right, Mr. Mayor, our first caller is telephone number ending in 625. Caller, please press *6 to unmute yourself.
Caller, please state your name, your address, if you are a hired consultant or village employee and or engaged in lobbying activities or representing an organization, for the record. That goes.
And caller, if you wish to speak, please dial *6 on your telephone now.
Go to the next one, Pete.
Yes, sir. Next caller is telephone number ending in 211. Please state your name and address for the record, and please press *6 now. Caller with telephone number ending in 211. Please dial *6 on your telephone now to unmute yourself. Caller, please dial *6 if you wish to speak. Hello?
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Hello? Okay. Hi, my name is Alina Gomez, and I reside at 765 Crandon Boulevard, Penthouse 10, Key Biscayne. I just want to voice my concern about the current state of the village landscaping and vegetation maintenance. I walk Crandon Boulevard every day, and recently I have seen that the sidewalks are dirty with litter and grass clippings. And if you look at the medians, you will see that the grass is mowed in a different height. I do not know the reason for the deterioration of the village landscape maintenance, but whatever the cost, I am asking for you to address that. I happen to read the next door neighbors, and they say that we have changed landscaping. I don't know the veracity of that, but if it's true, then I suggest that you may have made the wrong decision. From what I have read and the conversation with other walkers, I know that my sentiments are shared by others. And all that we want is to maintain the village in a pristine fashion and not to decline in the standards that make Key Biscayne the best place to live in.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Mayor, our next caller is telephone number ending in 752. Caller, please state your name and address for our records. Caller, to unmute yourself, please dial *6 now. Caller with telephone number ending in 752, please dial *6 to unmute yourself. Caller with telephone number 752, *6 on your phone to unmute yourself.
Hello. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, Council. This is Khalil Corey, 291 West Mashta. I've lived on Key Biscayne for 25 years and have a master's in real estate development and urbanism from the University of Miami. We, the village of Key Biscayne, need a collective vision, especially now that we are moving forward with significant infrastructure and other projects. A vision plan is necessary to make decisions and to progress towards a collective goal. While at the University of Miami, I studied several case studies that DPZ, the consulting group that the Vision Board is recommending, was involved in, such as Seaside and Rosemary Beach. In both cases, DPZ did an amazing job. Council members, please approve the Vision Board's request to hire the consultant to aid in the implementation of a vision plan for Key Biscayne. Thank you.
Thank you. Next call.
All right. Our next phone number is again 752. Caller, please dial *6 if you wish to speak. Again, anyone else wishing to speak, please dial *9 to raise your hand and be heard. And caller with phone number 752, please press *6 now to unmute yourself.
All right. Anybody else?
Not at the moment, sir. And ladies and gentlemen, if you do wish to address council, please dial 305-365-7569. Then enter meeting ID 231-627-8415. Once admitted to the meeting, please dial *9 to raise your hand. Once called upon by the last 3 digits of your phone number, you will be pressing *6 to unmute yourselves.
I just want to say, Mayor, we don't need to discuss now, but clearly these are difficult times. So we got to get a lot better. As you know, at the last meeting, a great number of people could not get through. So I'm not very technically oriented, but clearly this is not working. We either have to simplify it or get out the word better. I don't know the people that we pay to take care of this, because you notice today just 3 people waiting couldn't get in. And so something is not well. Those who are used to doing it all the time are usually right on, even before we start.
Sorry to cut you off.
No, it's just, I don't know
your
what's
point is
going on.
taken. I think there's somebody on. Is that 864?
Yes, sir.
Is that person speaking?
Hello, this is Rose Haney at 472 Glenridge Road. Am I on now?
Yes, you are.
Okay. Thank you. I'm calling regarding the recycling garbage bins issue. I know the ordinance is up for the 2nd reading, and I think it's a little too restrictive about hiding the bins from the street where you can't see them at all. Not everybody has a place to hide them, and some people are going to have to build redesign their landscape or build some sort of garbage bin hideout shack. And I just think it's a little too restrictive, and that's too much to ask. I think it could be modified, and I think what's going to happen is you're going to get a lot of complaints and maybe have to hire more enforcement officers just to get people to comply with this ordinance. My suggestion is maybe you can just modify it by saying to move the bins, to the roadway or a certain amount of feet away from the easement, not in plain sight, but to have to hide them is kind of difficult for some residents based on how your landscaping is now. Not if, you know, we don't have to want to build a hideout shack for the bins. So that's just my suggestion. I think you're going to have a lot of non-compliance and enforcement issues and complaints. All right, thank you very much for listening, and look forward to hearing the rest of the meeting.
Thanks, Rose.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Mr. Mayor, we currently don't have anybody else requesting to speak.
Okay, you know, to Councilmember Laredo's point, I think, you know, let's give them a little bit of time, because sometimes it's difficult to get in, and, you know, I don't want anybody to not be heard.
Mike, a suggestion. Why doesn't Pete get these people on the line before he tries to reach them, so he gets the next one ready to go, and we don't wait in time?
Yeah, I think that's part of it. The problem is maybe that, you know, you've got to dial a phone number, then you got to hit a meeting ID, then you've got to hit. Sometimes that can be a little difficult for people. I get Councilmember Laredo's point is taken well. What did I do?
I have a thought, Mike, Mayor.
Please.
Could we maybe allow the special presentation to happen, and then if people call in, he could queue them up and we could have a second public comment session after the presentation?
That's fine. Does anybody have an objection to that? Okay, let's.
No, I don't, Mike, but I think that also moving forward, I think we have to tell the staff to get this better, because we have 2 critical meetings in September on the budget, and I hate to have this happen again. It's nobody's fault. It's just we got to do it better and simplify.
The realities. Agreed. We'll work on it. Okay, let's. Can we move forward to the special presentation, reserving the right to go back to public comments?
The next item, Mr. Mayor, special presentations, presentation by the Vision Plan Board.
Okay. Who's up? I see.
Okay, so I just learned how to do this. Thank you for having us and for indulging us for just a few minutes tonight in order to remind you all about what we've been working on for a significant period of time, and it's culminating in tonight's presentation, which is going to be very short. You know, Matt Bramson is going to give you a little bit of his talk with regards to what we've been doing and what we expect to do, and why it's important that we do it. And then you're going to have a very, very qualified professional in her field. Her name is Galina Tachira. She's a managing director of DPC Co-Design, who is one of the world's most important firms in exactly what we're trying to do. So without further ado, you know, you don't want to hear from me. Let's let's let Matt talk, and then hear from Galina. And if you have any questions from us, we'll be happy to answer. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Bramson? There you go.
Hi, everybody. Is there a way for me to share my screen? Is that?
There's a button down low that says share screen. There you go. That's it.
Right. So, Mr. Mayor, Madam Manager, members of the council, assembled friends and neighbors. My name is Matt Bramson. About a month or so ago, the Vision. Excuse me? About a month or so ago, the Vision Board asked me to summarize what we've been doing and what we're recommending. So, in May of last year, the 2040 Strategic Vision Plan Board was formed. As you can see, it's a great group of residents with diverse perspectives. The group quickly concluded, I think it was at the first meeting, that properly addressing all the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats that are facing requires broad input, innovative thinking, and relevant experience. We concluded that a strategic vision for 2040 and beyond is not a job for a committee or a council, but for an entire community. And so I have a few thoughts I want to share on behalf of the 2040 Strategic Vision Plan Board about the importance and even the necessity of having a clear vision and plan. Then I'm going to introduce, and you'll hear from a top expert at creating valuable and successful vision plans from the firm that we're recommending. We're both going to be very brief in our prepared remarks, and we're going to allow as much time as necessary for any questions. I'm a businessman, and after 30 years of starting and growing technology companies, I now advise founders, CEOs, executives, and investors to achieve their visions. And where do I always start? Where do I always have to start? It's with understanding that vision, the specific goals for their business, and then next I help them formulate plans to achieve their vision. I'm very passionate about efficiency. Most of my career has been running businesses. Cost and price of services are negotiated out to 4 digits after the decimal place. Yes, that's 1/10,000th of a penny. Businesses, like all types of organizations, including our village, desire efficiency, prudent use of limited resources, fiscal responsibility. Having a clear vision is essential to fiscal responsibility. It's like knowing where you're going on a trip so you can get there by taking the most efficient route. Driving around without a plan is neither efficient nor responsible. And make no mistake, to an extent, that's what we're doing today and every day. Spending money and planning to spend money into the future without a clear vision and a plan to achieve it. Without a clear vision, entities, be they individuals, families, teams, companies, communities, or even countries, struggle. There's a lack of direction and cooperation. Squabbling is common. Time and resources are wasted. Maybe some of that sounds familiar. Well, that's neither efficient nor responsible. My grandmother, and maybe yours too, used to say, measure twice and cut once. The point of that saying isn't that measuring twice is a wasteful hassle, because it is a little bit. The point is that cutting twice is dramatically more wasteful. Our community is in danger of needing to cut twice in several areas if we don't take the time to measure carefully and develop a thought-through vision plan so that we can, looks like is somebody else sharing now? Yeah.
All I see is you.
Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry. Our community is in danger of needing to cut twice in several areas if we don't take the time to measure carefully and develop a thought-out vision plan so we can start cutting with confidence and unity. A vision plan for Key Biscayne needs to capitalize on all our advantages. It needs to generate a high return on investment over the long term. And it needs to be developed by everyone, every single person, young, old, long-term residents, recent arrivals, owners and renters, citizens and foreign nationals, businesses and their employees, and our entire village staff, everyone. Plus, this process of collecting and organizing all these perspectives and priorities needs to be led by experts that have done it before and who can provide the guidance of experienced outsiders. As you will soon see from our guest, doing this right can generate tremendous value and a very high return on investment. The vision plan should be aspirational, and it should and will excite current and future investors in Key Biscayne. We should expect realtors to hand the vision plan or portions of it to prospective buyers to impress upon them that the community they're considering investing in has a clear vision and a plan to achieve long-term excellence. The return on the investment in the vision plan of the quality that DPZ is offering is massive. It will give our community the ability to identify current and future priorities and support them. And it will also allow us to reduce or eliminate current and future spending in areas that do not further our vision. The job of leading a community while planning for its future is very difficult. A vision plan is an essential tool, and investing in one is like fiscal responsibility. Vision plans are not mere pieces of paper. They provide valuable guidance and ensure progress. The 2020 vision plan for Key Biscayne, for example, as you see on the slide here, has been largely realized or in process. The strength strength, weakness, opportunity, threat analysis, SWOT analysis our committee performed on Key Biscayne is inspiring and daunting. And we need professional help to develop a successful vision and plan. For generations, Key Biscayne has been shaped by visionaries. It's as if our island paradise, to borrow from the writer and poet Sam Walter Foss, has repeatedly called out, "Bring me men and women to match my beaches. Bring me men and women to match my tidal forests. Men and women with greatness in their purpose and new eras in their brains." We must honor that call and honor the generations that entered it before us. In that spirit, the 2040 Vision Plan Board heard from 3 leading firms in urban design, planning, architecture, zoning, engineering, and related disciplines. We were most impressed by DPZ and especially by the woman from whom you're about to hear. I'm proud to introduce Galina Takieva, the managing partner of DPZ, to tell you more about the process of planning new eras from the visions in our brains and their experience at helping communities like Key Biscayne to do so. Galina, welcome.
Thank you, Matt, for the great introduction. And thank you, everybody, for this meeting, for this opportunity to present to you this evening. I'm very happy and very honored to be able to do that as briefly and succinctly as I can. I would like to start a little bit about our team. DPZ will be leading the team for this effort. If we get to work together, we will have with us AECOM and Irina Wolf PR Group. AECOM is an important engineering consultancy already working with the village of Key Biscayne, and they will be helping us and will be our important connection with the current with your current initiatives on sustainability, resiliency, adaptation, stormwater, and all other environmental issues. And Irina Wolf will be supporting us as our community engagement representative. DPZ, as some of the other speakers mentioned, is an architectural and urban design firm. Actually our name includes DPZ Co-Design, and this reflects our way of working. We are collaborators. We collaborate with the communities we work with. We collaborate with the private and public sector. We consider them our partners, and we are their advisors. We're not just consultants. When communities we work with succeed, we succeed. So we like to think of ourselves as partners of these communities. We are also a think tank. We are just not just consultants, but we are also innovators. We lecture broadly, we write books. In our field, we are considered some of the leaders. We're among the leaders of a movement called the New Urbanism, which started in this country and the world more than 30 years ago. So a vision plan, a strategic vision plan for the village of Key Biscayne will have to be a product, and also it's a product, but it's also process. And it is a product of the community. It is, as I said, it is not going to be something which DPZ will come up with some ideas or preconceived notions, but will be basically, if you can just keep the other slide, please, Matt. We will also have a multidisciplinary approach. This means that it will not be, this vision plan will encompass different topics. It will be a holistic strategy. It will be about the big picture, not only about resiliency, about sea level rise, about hurricanes, how to fortify the community, about economic resiliency, about quality of life, but about what your community wants to see itself in the next decades. Probably the most important thing which this vision plan will serve you as will be to create a marketing tool for you, to start an important branding campaign initiative to increase village of Key Biscayne visibility. These days, we hear that, there are these new markets which are emerging, or spillover markets. People are looking for investment from not only around the world, but from the Northeast. And people are looking outside their traditional second home areas. Like, for example, these days, people are talking about going to Fort Lauderdale, not to Miami. Key Biscayne has to be front and center in this new environment. And you are very well positioned to serve such markets. You are you have excellent location. You're close, but also distinct and far away enough to be considered its own community. And there are multiple other assets, and I'm not going to go over them because you know them, because you have chosen to live in the village of Key Biscayne. It will be a user-friendly blueprint. It is going to be a succinct and clear document. We hope that you're not going to put it on the shelf, but there will be results, very visible results. And I'll show you some examples of our work for the last 40 years. This year, we celebrate our 40th year as a business. And we see the results, which takes actually quite a while. So a vision plan has to happen today, and you're going to see the results in decades, actually. Next one. So the process, the vision process will be, this is probably the boring stuff. We are envisioning that it will take a few months, probably about between 24, 26 weeks. It will be about 6 months or so. It is a simple process in terms of, how we are going to organize it. It is the first portion, the first phase is about listening and about learning. And as we heard from Matt, there is already stuff which you are doing. There are so many initiatives which we will be building upon. But we would like to hear from the wider community. We would like to engage in all ways in the realm of whether it will be in-person type of workshops and communicate, or it will be only virtual. We have had experience in the past several months with a few virtual events. So we have these tools at our hands. The second phase is about the generating of ideas. We work through a method called a workshop or a charrette. Whether it will be, again, virtual or in person, it's to be discussed, but that's not so important. The important thing is that we will offer different scenarios to the community to choose from, different ideas about timing, about who the responsible parties will be, about design, but not only about design. It will be about regulations and policy. It will be about also implementation strategies. And these are kind of the facts which are behind a good vision plan, and the kind of the dry material will be talking about statistics, about return of investment, talking about numbers, feasibility, and all of that. But there is also a component of inspiration, if you wish, the motivational element of this vision, which you're going to present to the rest of the world, the rest of the country, and we will make Village of Key Biscayne more visible to this community. And then the last phase will be basically to capture the vision of the community and to outline the actions. The thing is that with the scenario, incorporating the scenario approach, which allow us to not be very, very strict about choosing only one way to do things. It is very difficult to predict what will happen in a couple of decades, or even in 5 months, or even in 1 year. So with these different kinds of scenarios, we'll try actually to predict different conditions, whether they're economic, whether they're pandemics, whether they are sea level rise. And within this blueprint, specific catalytic projects can take their place. Next one. This one, I think, is also a boring one with the time frame of 26 weeks. Next one. These are some of the projects which I wanted to share with you, projects which we have started so many years ago. The one on the left is West Palm Beach, and this was my first project when I arrived in this country and started working at DPZ in 1992. And the drawing above is a kind of an imaginary, visionary plan. Today, West Palm Beach is a different place, and we are very proud to walk the streets of West Palm Beach and see it's a different community than it was many years ago. Downtown Naples, the main street, it was revitalized, since the 90s. Downtown Kendall in 1998. Next one. This one actually is just statistics on West Palm Beach that in 93, 80% of the properties were vacant and the city was 10 million in debt and the street crime was common. And today West Palm Beach has 80% commercial occupancy. And this actually statistic I found in some old presentation. It's old probably. Today is different, you know, if there is a pandemic, I don't know what the situation is, but the bones are kind of the vision of this initial community engagement, robust community engagements are in place. And, you know, many other architects, many other planners, developers, investors participated in this plan, making it a reality. We cannot claim actually, oh, this is a, you know, something which came out of our work. It is basically a product of the collective talents of the whole community. Next one. These are some more examples which I will show you of projects. Downtown Sarasota in the 2000, downtown Fort Myers, Miami 21, which was not necessarily a visioning exercise, but it was about changing the way the city will evolve. You know, it's directing its growth in the 21st century and creating a kind of a predictable streetscape environment in the city. And you can see the changes in the past 10 years since the plan, since the form-based code was adopted. You can see the changes in downtown along our commercial corridors like 27th Avenue, you know, and others. Next one. These are some current projects which we are involved with, and they have a kind of this component of visioning process, you know, North Bay Village Vision Plan and Code, which is similar in terms of location. It is a man-made island, not like a barrier island like Key Biscayne, but many of the issues are very similar. And it was charting actually the path for a more livable, resilient, prosperous North Bay Village in the 21st century. It's a different economic situation there, a different environment altogether. However, you know, this process was able to create enthusiasm to actually energize the community, to create a blueprint for a series of catalytic projects, to take the causeway and make it a boulevard, to talk about the island walk and also to make it a reality, to create a plan for strong seawalls and others. Next one. Another project which is of similar character is a Bonita Spring Visioning Study on the West Coast, you know, which started as a kind of a corridor visioning exercise and grew into a form-based code adoption for their downtown and leveraging infrastructure which was already put in by the city in the billions of dollars, but they just didn't have kind of the framework along which to basically incorporate some of these catalytic projects. Next one. Another zoning, I mean, something which is close actually, probably Coral Gables is very similar to Key Biscayne in many aspects. Of course, in many others is different, but it's also, we are recently involved in a zoning code update. Again, it is a different exercise. However, maybe of a visioning process, you know, an update of a code which is complex or complicated or Euclidean land use oriented and not form based may be an element of a vision plan. Next one. So, I mean, our goal as a company and as thinkers and planners and practitioners has always been to create value out of places which have assets or have great locations or places which do not. You know, you don't have these worries because you have an incredible location, you have incredible connected street network, a canopy of trees, variety of building types. You have some commercial uses, you have many things going on for you. And if we can create together a vision which will actually increase the value of Key Biscayne in the eyes of future investors and also garner the support of the community and improve their quality of life, which will be ideal. These are just some comparisons of how our some of our new towns, like resort towns and new towns and some infill communities, compare with other communities, adjacent communities. Next one. And I think that the last one, this is the last slide showing whether a new town or an existing community, the goal should be resilient and timeless place. Thank you.
Yeah, Galina, thank you very much. That was very impressive. And I just want to make a final comment that really this vision plan is all about generating value for our community, generating the ability to make efficient decisions and give the council and the community the kind of visionary guidance and leadership that we need to make sure we're being efficient and that we're realizing the most promising future for Key Biscayne and using our resources effectively towards that. So if there are any questions, probably they'll all be for Galina and not for me. This is the opportunity for that.
Okay. Can we get off of, Matt, can you pull down your screen so I can see everybody and see if there are questions? Thank you. Any questions from council? All right.
Yes.
Councilmember Laredo.
Thank you. I want to thank the lady from the company for her professional and presentation. And I just wanted to go over some things so I make sure I understood. On several, in your presentation on several occasions, you made a distinction that you're not a consultant and that you're an architectural and urban design company, that you're a think tank that gives lectures, writes books. And I just wonder if you have any experience in implementing rather than studying and you made a very thoughtful reflection about the hope that this is not a study, $165,000 that sits on a shelf. So I'm trying, and precisely because I'm trying to generate value in Key Biscayne, the most important thing is to have an efficient and a cost-efficient management of our small community. And he thinks I started a year and a half ago and inherited a $600,000 study, which is probably in some shelf to do undergrounding, something that contractors can do. So since you say that you're not a consultant, I wonder, and I just quoted you from your presentation, what exactly have you done in implementing?
Okay, I'm sorry.
This island has hit a recent history of growth in our budget is proportional to what real growth is, and very little doing and a lot of study. And so to me, this is another chapter in the same, except that it comes at probably the most difficult financial times in our lifetimes, and particularly in Key Biscayne that I found 30 years ago.
I'm sorry that I probably was not clear. I meant saying that yes, we are a consultant, but we are also a think tank. We act as a think tank because we try to find the best ways to help a community, to partner with a community. Talking about implementation, all the things which I just showed, all the built images are from our projects. We have about 300 to 400 projects which we have designed, and probably more than 100 built or under construction. What I was trying to say about our revitalization work in cities and existing places, it takes, for these vision plans to actually produce the results, it takes a long time. This is what I wanted to kind of convey. For example, in my background, this is a project on Miami Beach called Aqua, which, it's a project of ours. We designed it and it was built. And all the things which I showed are our projects. So we are consultants, we are architects and planners, and plus that we are doing other things like writing books and all of that.
Right. So basically, the short answer is you're not into the implementation of the bricks and mortars. You're into studying. When you went over the outline of some of your time, you said that a good percentage of your time, you didn't say as if you were to be engaged, you said listening and learning. So we're paying for you to listen and learn. And also that your task would also be, and I quote, marketing to increase visibility, all of which I'm trying to understand as I try to respect the money of the taxpayers of Key Biscayne, how that would benefit them. And also, while I have you, you made a very compelling statement, which is exactly how I feel, and I have just as much and more experience both in the private sector and the public sector than Mr. Benson. You said in effect how difficult it is to predict. In fact, you say even 5 months is very difficult. And here we have this exercise in a 12,000 people island. And this is an island well contained, almost fully developed. And we're going to pay $165,000 to tell us where we're going to be in the year 2040. Obviously, we know the times we're living through, that no prediction, including the national security matter, to go out 20. But you yourself said even 5 months is very difficult. So how can I spend the hard-earned money of our taxpayers to give me another study to tell me, and first of all, it has a good element of you learning about us, you know, listening and learning. We have, as you know, an administration that we pay is 90% of our budget, very capable. We pay good salaries. We have a planning and zoning department. So it seems to me also a duplication. And I, as one, ran to get back to more efficient government and to get back to doing things rather than studying things. And this is an extraordinary expensive exercise on another study that may or may not be worthy of lectures, et cetera, but I just don't see how we can justify to our taxpayers.
Thank you, Councilmember Petros.
Thank you for the presentation. Galina, I had a few questions for you, which first of all, I would assume that you have studied our community. I think you're a local firm in Miami, based in Miami. I don't know if you live in Miami, but having looked at Key Biscayne, can you give us what you think are our top 3 challenges or weaknesses that we need to be addressing? Because you spoke at length on all of our good qualities, but we have to know also what you think we should be improving upon, and can you speak to that a little bit?
Should I gather all the questions and then?
Okay, I have 2 other questions. I'd like to know, in conjunction with that, what are your markers for success? You mentioned some of the changes in real estate values, but I didn't know if you had other markers. And my last question is, has our current pandemic impacted your recommendations to clients, and would it impact how you would look at us as a barrier island?
I see you, Councilmember London. Go ahead, I'm sorry, please continue.
I'm done. You can ask somebody else.
Oh, no, I thought, Alina, you can go ahead and respond to the questions, then we'll get to Vice Mayor Moss and then Councilmember London.
Okay, probably first the Councilmember Loredo to answer his question. And it was actually a multiple questions, but the goal of a vision exercise is actually to pull all initiatives which you're currently doing and all the initiatives which you are planning to do in one place, and also to create a kind of a common direction where you will be going as a community. And there are various ways to envision such a community. You know, one type community is basically to look at growth in a kind of a stabilizing way, to stabilize growth. Other communities would like to see growth. You know, in your case, we don't know. That's why we will need to learn. Also, the learning and the listening, it's not only one way, it is not only us learning, but it will be about the community learning the ideas coming from the leadership, from all of you, coming from the vision board, coming from the businesses, the stakeholders. So it's a kind of a involved and collaborative effort. It is not only the consultants listening and learning. So this was probably unclear. About the implementation, Of course, the goal of this exercise will be to have a very clear plan of action. What will be implemented, who will be responsible, what will be kind of the fiscal responsibility and the money which comes to with every project. The thing is that what I wanted to say is that these scenarios can give a variety of options, and they can be short-term and mid-term and long-term. So you will have a range of basically these steps.
I would just add to the part of that the Councilman was speaking about efficiency, and that's really the core objective of a vision plan, whether it's in business or the public sector or even within an individual or a family. If you don't have a vision for where you're going, then it's very hard to know whether you're efficiently, progressing towards that vision. That's what I think this village lacks, and I think that's why some decisions have been difficult to make and some discussions have been contentious. It's because we don't have that shared vision of what we want to do about things like, our utilities, our park space, our roads. A lot of those issues are being dealt with piecemeal, and that's not an efficient way to do it. A lot of those decisions that have been made or will be made may need to be undone just a short time from now, 5-10 years from now, if they're not organized in a plan. And that's really the intent. I think that someone who really is committed to fiscal responsibility and efficiency should understand that a plan has to be the first step. So, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Branson answered part of the question I asked the consultant. It's rather my responsibility. I don't want to have a debate to you about business practices. I don't know any business that I've been involved in, and I've been on boards of so many different companies. Any company that projects out to 2040, it doesn't exist. The consultant herself mentioned in this presentation that it's even difficult to predict 5 months from now. Some of us who are living, all of us who are living this crisis, if you would have told us that this was going to happen last summer, you would be probably locked up. So the facts are, after 40 years living in this island, and Galinda perhaps should know, it is, first of all, very easily defined because it's an island, a very contained island. It is easily divided already between residential and multiple housing. There is very little else to build. We are, Mr. Branson, notwithstanding your opinion, on track to try to get things done. At least that's what I'm trying to do. I don't need to study anymore. As we spent $600,000 on undergrounding, I was the Public Utility Commissioner, and I think I can contribute. We need to move this community efficiently, which means to save money and lower things that we do not absolutely need now, moving it forward. That is my definition of efficiency, and in every business I've been involved with. And I just don't see right now, as we struggle to bring costs under control because prices are coming down. And by the way, Galinda, most of my life has been an international. Key Biscayne is a super brand. It doesn't need any more branding. It has almost the top people in the world know Key Biscayne and value its assets. What we need to do efficiently is fill in some of the gaps of infrastructure some things that we can control, other things we cannot control, like climate change, et cetera, et cetera. And that is the track that I think we need to move in. There's a lot of respectful people in this committee. I do not have an appointment on the 2040 committee, but the people I know on that committee are top notch, including Mr. De La Cruz. I respectfully disagree that at this time, this community can afford $165,000 to help us be where we're going to be in the year 2040 and to help us with our marketing center. Under other bonanza days, I may have a different opinion. Today, which is when we have to make a decision, I think it's not an efficient use of the taxpayers' money.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Ms. Takieva? Takieva, can you speak to council member? Yes, I see you, Ed, but we've got to, unfortunately, Councilmember Petros asked the questions. I'd like to hear the answers there, then Vice Mayor Moss, and then you would like to stay in a process. I'm a little sidetracked. If you could answer Councilmember Petros's questions.
Yes, the first question was about the challenges that I touched upon, some of the assets which you have and the challenges which are in front of Key Biscayne today. I believe that the adaptation to sea level rise is probably one of the biggest challenges. And you are actually doing really a great job, thinking about these things and starting very important initiatives with your stormwater management plan and other initiatives with your chief resilience officer and with your staff. So this will be an important component. And I think that looking again, short-term and term and long-term projections, which are actually scientific projections. And again, we may not be certain, but we can be certain about one thing, that if people, see a community which is a kind of in doubt, investment and, looking at village of Key Biscayne will be different if you have a kind of the confidence that you are, going towards a vision of a really resilient place for the next century. I think that's probably one of the largest, some of your largest challenges. Of course, there are many others, but I think they're less significant, whether they're aesthetic, whether they are a kind of redevelopment opportunities. You have some shopping centers with parking lots at the front. Some of them are aging because this is the nature of commercial development. Such buildings, they are good for 15, 20 years, and then they have to be either redeveloped or things have to be done. So there are some opportunities, whether there will be activation, a temporary activation, and then looking at something different, open space or redevelopment, a kind of full-scale redevelopment. It will come out of, discussing together with the community and with the stakeholders in the business community, and also looking at, market trends, and also looking at creating new markets. Many of the places which I showed you actually did not look so much at, kind of prior markets. They looked always at what's coming, at the next generation. What will be the next generation interested in? Are they going to be interested in environmentalism, in sustainability, in adaptation? What kinds of spaces and places they would love? And Key Biscayne luckily has a lot of these attributes already. What are the markers? What are the other markers of success? I mentioned, it's not only about, of course, the value and the, increasing property values, and are just one component. We have done surveys, especially in some of our private property, projects with the private sector, where people say, we ask them why, not we, it was an independent study, why are you paying such premiums to be in these places? And they say because of the design. Everybody, many of these people appreciate the design which creates the possibility
under the council meeting
for a good community. Well, other markers are actually the investment which goes into these communities, especially the existing communities where we have worked with. All of these which I showed, from Sarasota to Fort Myers we have projects in Baton Rouge and Providence. You can see that there are different places. Investment and kind of the next generation is appreciating these places. This is, for us, this is success when places are alive with life and with people walking the street, and the businesses are successful. In terms of the pandemic, definitely we have been currently working on various ideas, not only from an urban design point of view, but also building type point of view. We just recently finished in Vero Beach, visioning a kind of a study about how the pandemic, we were in the process of doing a project there, and then the pandemic happened, and how we begin to rethink open space, how we rethink the market for hotels or the residential development, how the single family house will change because of the work at home trend, which is huge, which I think Key Biscayne can be really building upon, being right there in the middle of this discussion, which is a national discussion, obviously. A trend, at least it's the perception is that people will want to move away from, the bigger cities, and you have a kind of the best of two worlds, the separation. So definitely we are looking at these things and thinking about them, like the live work unit possibility. I haven't studied the code closely, but whether this is possible in village of Key Biscayne, what the possibilities for open space enhancements, because it is different today. Some of these parking lots can be converted with previous materials into a greener places for gathering or for outdoor sitting and stuff like that. So definitely there are many strategies on the way in the way of the pandemic. And also another important marker of success. We have built a few projects in places of very high hurricane activity, and they have performed beautifully, and they have been there for more than 30 years. Seaside, Florida, we have a series of resorts in the panhandle of Florida, and they have been hit several times by really strong hurricanes. And this is basically because the vision of the place was such that allowed, from an urban point of view, an architectural point of view, to include, important sustainability, environmentally kind of sensitive tools. They have survived beautifully.
Councilmember Petros, is that okay? You good with that answer? Okay. Vice Mayor Moss?
I'm going to yield my time over to Ed first, and then I can come back after. It's fine.
Okay. Councilmember London?
That's so generous of you, Brett. Thank you so much. You respect your elders. I do appreciate that. Basically, I'm all for planning. I'm all for vision, whether it be 1 year, 5 years, 10, 20, 30. I also realize the further out you go, less likely the vision 20 years is what you predict today. By the same token, I'm all for it. By the same token, listening to you, I'm not sure, are you a contributor or a coordinator of what we as a village, as a committee, and all the other people, the inputs, looking at your work schedule, it looked like with your charrettes and everything else, you're really trying to get mostly input from us, or is it us that really determines the vision, or do you have the things that make the vision possible, or bring us together so we can think alike or come together? What do you actually do? What do you actually contribute to the process?
That's actually an excellent question. Yes, and I'm sorry that I didn't clarify. Actually, all of the above. The thing is that we will be facilitating the process. We will be learning together. We will be bringing a multidisciplinary team to the table to look at problems, at issues from different points of view. Whether it's, till recently, planning was all about different silos of ideas and of disciplines. The transportation and traffic is one, landscape is another, land use is different. Now we're trying to think about these things holistically, because our environment consists of all these elements, but they are all interwoven together. So yes, we are facilitating a process of discussion, a very fast feedback, discussions, but also we provide you with the tools, which are the images, which are the drawings, which are the numbers. The numbers, for sure, we will be working with numbers, but very important component of our work is how your place will look 5 years from now, 10 years from now, 20 years from now. And it can be, we can take a catalytic project and show you how this place can be temporarily activated, let's say, with something, with activity, which, it's with a more kind of tactical or more temporary measures. And then in 5 years, it can be like this. And then in 20, maybe something different. and you will be able to visualize it. I think that the visualizing element is a very important one. So we are facilitators, we are consultants, we are bringing to the table the lessons learned from many years of doing this with other communities. And probably I mentioned this, there are not only only the big successes, but also mistakes and difficulties which other communities have had in such processes. So we will be giving you ideas, what other places have done. Also, we will be learning from your record, but directly from you. So far, what we have been doing has been a little bit more in isolation. We haven't, we have not started in good faith to learn about Key Biscayne as a.
My compliments to you on what you've done in Naples and West Palm Beach, Sarasota, Seaside. Beautiful. I mean, and you had a big piece of paper, a big piece of land to work on. Now you're looking at Key Biscayne, a small little island with one street. You call it a shopping district, you call it one strip. You can call it condos on one side, houses on the other side. Almost totally built out. Usually to build something new, you have to rip something down old. So repurposing is very difficult to do, except to tear down the old homes and build bigger new homes. And then we get to the thing that you mentioned, I guess, resiliency. We have a chief resiliency officer now, and by his credentials and me speaking to him and speaking to people about him, he seems to be ultimately very highly qualified, very qualified. We also have a zoning code, which we look at, which we're revising now, which we have workshops on to see the input from various people. And so we're working on them. And these seems to be the two major components, at least in my, correct me if I'm wrong, going forward today, our sustainability, our resilience, our zoning, our land usage. And so we have these things. And we have this one strip of land, one small strip of land called Key Biscayne. So my question is, do you really think you can add that much more to it? And then the next question is, I'll combine them together. It just seems to me that why does it cost so much money? Why does it cost $165,000 when we have only a small piece of property to work on? We already have top-notch people with us. So, and again, I know you guys are very well qualified. Maybe you're too overqualified for us. Maybe you're more than we need. But we'd love to want the best. And if you're the best, we definitely want the best. So, but please tell me why, number one. I'll go backwards. The last thing, why it costs so much. And two, what more do you think you can do for us other than resiliency, sustainability, and land usage?
Well, okay, why it costs that much? Well, I mean, we have done a few of those, and usually this is the range. And I have to say that in your case, this is on the lower range of these fees. It takes a few months. I mean, it's about 6 months of engagement. We will have a few people coordinating, and also we have other team members, AECOM, and also the public engagement consultant. So these are fees which are based on time spent, working with other communities, for a long time. And but I
less time, we charge us less.
Pardon?
If you spend less time than you think you should spend, or you're planning on spend, or you budget to spend, we reduce our contract accordingly.
Well, I mean, it depends what you want as deliverables. We had a kind of a list.
I'm talking about what you plan on delivering, and when you get together and y'all meet and you do all your charrettes and do everything else, and you get all said and done, say, here's a vision or 2040 vision plan. But we thought it was going to take X hours, but only took half X hours to 3/4. Will you then reduce our contract amount? That's my question.
Well, I mean, we can have a component or even the whole contract on an hourly basis as well, as lawyers do. That's also a possibility.
With a not to exceed price.
Yes,
like builders do.
Yes, that's also a possibility. That's not uncommon. So yes, we are open to look at the numbers. We derive this number based on our experience with other places. And I have to say, and I'm very, very honest, it's on the lower side. So, this is about the fee. And what you mentioned is what about the land use that you're working right now on your zoning code, and then you're working on the resiliency and all of that. Yes, absolutely. But when if you walk the streets of Key Biscayne, you can see that there are certain things which probably now I'm not sure you may have noticed that, that there are discrepancies between the current some of the current existing buildings and also the new construction which comes in. Small houses, one-story house, probably some of them are even slab on land, and then three-story big houses. Is this taken into consideration? It may be just an aesthetic consideration. Maybe this is how you want to be in 10 years. The whole community will reinvent itself with very tall structures, maybe talking about even an understory to lift the kind of the private properties above sea level rise, statistics and all of that. So these are the things which we will be exploring, and we will be illustrating whether they can happen. About the commercial properties along Crandon, in my opinion, they are not first-rate, commercial properties or mixed use serving a community like Key Biscayne. There's some new buildings, but you can do better. And whether it's doing something with the parking lots or looking kind of in the short term what you can do with these, but definitely there are opportunities which you can explore together. About the size of the community, you mentioned, I forgot how many acres, 200 and something?
I didn't mention it, no. Someone else mentioned it.
Well, I'm forgetting, but you have about 5 neighborhoods which are around 200 acres. So it's probably above 1,000 acres, something like that. Of course, a lot of it is built, but we're talking 20 years from now. It can be a very different picture in 20 years. The project behind me, it's just 8 acres. And it's like a whole world, several blocks of buildings, you can create a whole world over there, if you have if you look at it with possibilities of, a newer place, in 20 years, you will be looking probably at a different village of Key Biscayne.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Moss?
Yes, hopefully we can move on soon, but because I think this is going to come up later in the agenda anyways. But, vision is something for me is a fundamental piece of leadership. And I think that we all, talking about in the private industry and vision, I highly doubt that Apple, Amazon, Facebook, Tesla have a 5-year vision. These guys are thinking far out, and that's why they are successful, because they think as a vision. Strategic planning can be within 5 years, but not the vision. The vision is where you want to be. And we need to look at a vision as shaping the community's future by determining what the residents, not us, but the residents desire for the village's future. And that establishes us to lay out the proper stream of making decisions all the way down to budgeting. It starts with a vision. And from a vision, it evolves into our strategic plan, which is looking about 5 years out. And from our strategic plan, it develops our long-range goals and our long-range objectives. And from that, it guides us in the direction that we need to do when we go down to budgeting. I am frustrated every time we budget because I feel that we don't have a vision as a group up here and as a community anymore. The last time we did our vision was in 2005. That was 15 years ago. It's the last time we did a vision. I think it's time that we get together and we say, hey, this is what our community is looking at. Councilmember London is 100% correct. The farther you go out, most likely we're not going to get there, but at least it gets us to a direction of which way to go while we're making decisions. It will change. We probably won't achieve exactly where we want to end up, but it gives us a direction. We talked about zoning. Right now, I'm working with a whole group of people and the manager and the staff on trying to look at our zoning to reshape that. But every time I go there, I said, man, if we had an image, and everybody knows the words of an image is worth 1,000 words. If we had an image to look at of how our streets would look and how we would want the houses to look, or how we would want Crandon to be, and how we want to interact our sidewalks in order to better our businesses. If I had that in front of me, it would be so much easier to look at these zoning issues. but it's not. We're just working in our heads trying to figure this out. So I think a vision for me is extremely important. I disagree that visions are 5 years. They are more than 20 years sometimes. I think 20 years is in a community like this where we're going to see redevelopment. We see redevelopment happening all the time in the single families. The buildings in the commercial districts are getting older. They're going to be redevelopment there. I've had instances where developers had come and sat with us, and I think they've sat with many of you guys when they were thinking about putting a Publix in on the entry block, and they had all different designs already done. And I sat there and I wasn't too happy with the designs. And I said, well, what is it that you guys want? And I said, that's a great question. I wish we had that. I don't know. I want to put that together. This is an urban planner. This is not just any urban planner. DPZ is one of the best, if not the best, worldwide, right? So we have the top notch here. DPZ is not just a consultant. They're an urban planner that brings expertise that we do not have in Key Biscayne. We do not have urban planner on staff that is ready to do this type of work. So they would bring that expertise in. I think this is an excellent element that we can bring in. I'm totally for it. I think that this will come up again in the agenda, but I think this is a very, very important thing and it's very valuable. And on top of it, it also helps us with, and everybody knows this, every 2 years, we have new people that come up onto council, and that continually changes every 2 years out. Having some document that we can use, and by the way, I want this document to be a document that is sitting on our table every time we're doing budgeting. We should read through it. We should all look at it every single year, so it helps us with our annual budgeting. It's not something to sit on the shelf. And one last thing that Councilmember London, you brought up is, and I know that, and I agree with you, if they want to do a not to exceed and they take less time, that's great. I would be very worried if we're going to reduce the scope in any way that would give us a document that is not useful to us. We need to make sure that this is a good, useful document that helps us with all of our plannings down the road on our annual budgets.
Councilmember Cigarola.
Just a quick question. This is just the presentations and questions that we may have for the presenters.
Correct.
We're going to have discussion later on, right?
Yes, we're going to have more of it. Okay.
I'll reserve my comments for the discussion. Thank you.
Fair enough. Councilmember McCormick.
First, thank you to both the board and I'm not even going to try to butcher your name, but thank you very much for coming and for your presentation. My question really relates to one of the reasons I think that we need a vision is our community is sort of a little rudderless at times, where we like to think of ourselves as this laid back island paradise, but really we're Dr. Kelly said this many years ago when he was on council, we're an urban island paradise. We're denser, in some say we're denser than the city of Chicago. We're almost 14,000 residents in a little more than 1 square mile. So we don't quite get what and who we are, where we're going sometimes, I think. Other people may disagree with me, but I think a guiding principle would be helpful at times. But my real concern is if you could talk a little bit about the methods you use in terms of community outreach and getting feedback from the community so that we could, I guess my concern is I want to make sure that we're penetrating as much of the community as we can. Because one of the things I've seen in recent years is when people move here from other parts of the world or even other parts of the country, they have this sort of feeling that they're moving to almost like a neighborhood of a major city, where like if you were to move to Manhattan and you moved to the Upper East Side, you'd find a few other families that were like you and you would create your little silo. And I think what many people like about Key Biscayne is this idea that we're a village and we interact and we smile at our neighbors, but we don't always communicate that when people move here. So I'm wondering if you could talk a little bit about your methods of community engagement and how you kind of get into different areas like that.
With the, it will be very important to basically to decide whether these community engagement processes will be in person, the traditional ways, or they will be virtual. We have been finding out that actually some of the virtual engagement actually brings in more people. This happened recently in Vero Beach. and in another place, we're doing another large public engagement process in Pensacola, in Florida, where basically people feel much more comfortable to write about their issues, to be open about criticism or about ideas when they are in this more anonymous situation. So doing the virtual process actually has its ways. We can actually use some of these platforms, even if we are able to do in-person workshops. The engagement will start actually very early on. The process of the learning and the sharing and all of this starts right from the beginning. So together with under your leadership and also the vision board, we will come up with special surveys and polls. I mean, as the usual ways are to extract information, to kind of feel the tone of the neighborhood, to see who are these groups and just to get to know, the smaller communities within the community, who the leaders are, who are the influencers. Sometimes they're not among the leadership, sometimes they're other people, in other communities. We have found out that there are influencers among the younger or among the older who are, much more engaged on social media. So we have various ways of tracking that, learning about the community and which way to go, and engaging them on their own turf, whether they prefer, hard copy, survey, or social media engagement, direct social media engagement, or a platform where they can be a little bit more anonymous, or in-person workshops. So we will be actually using all of these tools. And of course, we will be discussing them with your staff, with your communication person. The more you're involved in that, the better, because we will, the path of getting to an effective process will be faster. So I think that the workshops are efficient, in many ways, because all the consultants and all the multidisciplinary components are in one place at the same time, and the decisions can be made faster.
Councilmember Cormack, is that good for you?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. If Katie, you have a question?
I'm sorry, I have one other question, Galina, and it kind of speaks to what Brett or Councilmember Moss was talking about, and I remember this when you spoke about the idea of putting this board together, which is that the vision is a long-term plan. And yet a lot of what's in your proposal, it looks almost like a third, and a third, where you have 5 years, 10 years, and 20. And we're doing a lot of things within our community in parallel, which are some of the things that Ed was talking about with our Chief Resiliency Officer. And we've got a lot of plans going with stormwater. In fact, we have 2 proposals here with the agency that you use as a subcontractor. So one of my thoughts was, if we as a community were interested in focusing on that long term, but not the other 2, is there a way to tailor this, given that we have a lot of other things going on?
Yes, I think so. Basically what we did is, we looked at our experience from other places, and the 555 is just a suggestion. This is a proposal. It is not the official contract. It's not, so if you would like to have just the long term, that's fine as well. But I will caution against that, because to get to that level, you have to go through the earlier steps, like talking about your zoning code. I mean, if you want to see what your community will be in 20 years, you may have to do some changes to the zoning code, right away, or maybe in the next 5 years. Usually things are a little bit more interconnected, on the path to a final vision. And this final vision actually is probably the most elusive, the one in 20 years. Many of us may or may not be around then. So it's a kind of projecting what the next generation or the next generations will want to see. So for that, if you want this long-term vision only, which is the most probably to some extent, I mean, I will not say utopian, because then you'll say, oh, no, we don't want utopian, but it will be, it will be a kind of a mark. Oh, this is our goal and it's an ideal. Then you have to involve everybody who is young, who is under 30 on this island to participate in this process. So we know that we are doing something for the next generation.
Yes, I mean, for example, you mentioned zoning, and we're getting ready to get a recommendation for all these zoning changes. And this is what I'm struggling with, is the fact that if we were to say yes completely to what you have presented in front of us, I feel like we're duplicating a lot of things that we already have in motion. And that's where I have a disconnect. And we can talk about that later, Brett, but.
Can we do that I think that's a discussion amongst us.
Yes. Okay.
Not so much, I think, because that's a policy issue, and I think respectfully, I think that's what we should be talking about. Councilmember London, pick your hand up again.
The other question I have, I'm under the impression that as a barrier island, we are regulated by the state, the number of people that can live here. And as a result, we really can't have any new residential development, which would increase that number. Therefore, by doing zoning like you did a beautiful job in these various other places, we made things more dense by changing zoning, which changed characteristic, which forced redevelopment, or I should say encourage redevelopment, because here it's very difficult. We have basically a stock of old homes that were built in the 50s, and then we have a whole bunch of new homes that were built in the 2000s. And obviously the old homes get knocked down and new homes get built because of market conditions. Nothing to do with anything else. That people want to live here. Land costs are expensive, and you're not going to build a 1,200 square foot house on $1 million piece of land. So as a result, to make things meaningful, we have larger homes. So even though you have these great ideas, because of the market restraints or constraints we have due to the limited supply of land, also due to the limited number of people that can live on this island, throw in one more thing, that we have too much commercial space. So as a result, we have vacancies in many businesses, which are subsistence at best, and most of them, a lot of them would close given the opportunity. Given those things, do you still think that your vision plan or our vision plan together can make a major change for the better for Key Biscayne?
Well, I'm sure that if your vision for the future is a kind of a stagnant state, which you just described, which to me sounded like, well, we are limited and this will be it. I'm not talking about bringing in more people. You know, there will be probably new generations coming in here. You know, it's just the nature of places. You know, they change. Residents either change or next generations come in. So it's about this type of vision. You know, what it will be, you know, in that many years. I think that there's still possibilities. Okay. We will be discovering them probably together, but I think that there are many things to be desired, whether they are the underutilized properties or some of the open spaces which you have not yet taken full advantage of. And also, you know, how the new and the old, you know, the newer houses, as large as they are and expensive as they are, how they fit with the rest and what you want to see in the future. So
you say with these constraints that I just mentioned to you, you still believe you can really add value to our vision to make this a better place than it is today?
I believe so. I believe so, because you have to present Village of Key Biscayne as a place which is modern and looking towards the future with a very optimistic view.
Thank you.
Not the kind of that you're restrained by what you are.
Well, I want to thank the presenters. Thank you, Council Member. Thank you, Mr. Bramson, and thank you as well. You know, it's been informative. We're obviously going to have another conversation in a little while about policy, but thank you for your time, and thank you to the 2040 Vision Board for everything you're doing to try and move things forward in the village of Key Biscayne.
Thank you to everybody for listening. We appreciate it.
Thank you for having us.
Let's move on.
The next item, Mr. Mayor, is additional public comments.
Right. Pete, do we have anybody?
Mr. Mayor, we have one person who's called in, but they have not raised their hand yet. Phone number ending in 307. If you wish to speak, please press *6 now to unmute yourself. That is the only caller, sir, and that person has not either raised their hand or tried to unmute themselves.
All right, close public comments. Let's move on.
Mr. Mayor, it's 7:40. Need to hear the ordinances.
Okay, that's right, 7:30, right. Go ahead.
An ordinance of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, creating Article 2 of Chapter 8, Environment of the Village Code of Ordinances relating to landscape irrigation, providing for severability, providing for codification, providing for conflicts, and providing for an effective date.
Moved.
Hold on, where are you, Madam
This is tab
I'm
8.
sorry.
Tab
I
8.
understand.
Councilmember Loretta.
I understand. I'm trying to work without between my iPad and a little phone, and I don't, came in late. Are you talking about 8, Madam?
A1.
One, first reading.
8A. That's
One,
an apple?
correct.
Okay, can you explain to me what that is exactly, Madam Manager?
Has it been seconded?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, Madam Manager.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. So the primary objective of this ordinance is to use less water. In short, the village was contacted by the South Florida Water Management District, and the district has provided the municipalities within the district some guidance as to some of the regulations that we can put into place to help us use less water and preserve that natural resource. This is an ordinance before you on first reading. The memorandum summarizes some of the key components.
Is it revenue neutral? Is it revenue neutral?
Yes, sir.
Doesn't cost us anything else.
No, sir.
Thank you. That's all.
Okay.
That's fine, Mayor.
Chad, do we have to move this? Do we have to open public comment on this?
Yeah.
No, it's just first reading.
Okay.
It's your discretion.
All right. Is there anybody here who would like to speak on this ordinance? Well, no, you're a council member. You get to go, but I'm talking public comments. Okay. Pete,
Yes,
no.
Mr. Mayor, nobody has raised their hand, and there's one
Okay.
caller on the line.
All right, I'm going to close public comments. Councilmember Segarola, you're recognized. You have to unmute. There you go.
There we go. Okay, thank you. I discussed, I'm okay with the spirit of this ordinance, but there are some issues I discussed earlier today with the manager with regard specifically with the condos, just some clarification on a few definitions in the ordinance, and also another issue with regarding reaching out to the condos. Specifically, if you guys will look at section 1B and C, just for clarification, it says properties with odd number addresses shall conduct landscaping irrigation on Wednesdays and Saturdays. And then C says homeowners associations, condominiums, multifamily units will do it on Thursdays and Sundays. There's a little inherent conflict in there in that if you have an odd number multifamily condominium homeowner association, which 2 days of the week do they do it? I think that needs to be clarified because they can fall under B or they can fall under C or vice versa. There's another issue that several of the condominium units have invested hundreds of thousands of dollars in the irrigation of their properties. Different areas are irrigated on different ways in different manners. I believe that before any statute is, or I'm sorry, any ordinance is enacted, we need to reach out because I understand that this ordinance was created in the pursuit of the spirit of saving water, but we need to make it adapt to our particular needs and our particular situation. I know for a fact this just does not apply to many of the larger buildings on the island. So I would suggest, I don't know if either kicking this out for second reading further out until specific input can be obtained from the larger buildings, or if this will be deferred first reading to a future date until outreach can be done. I know for a fact that there was no input with property managers or building associations before this was put together. And it doesn't, it's a square peg through a round hole. It doesn't fit for what we have now.
Madam Manager, do you want to speak to that?
Yeah, sure. So Councilmember Segurola shared with me the clarifying language. I think I could work with the attorney and we can clarify that. And with regard to the public input, I think what I had disclosed to the members who I was able to brief earlier, we are, this was our last meeting of the year, so we wanted to move forward some, non-fiscal impact, but environmentally conscious policy before the council. So we do need to do that public engagement. I like the idea of doing some Zoom sessions with the condos. We also were going to do a town hall to get that input. So our game plan was to bring the item back for second reading, maybe December or January, to give us that time over the next few months to get that that feedback. And then we would incorporate that for second reading. So I would suggest that we move it on first reading so we have a jump off point, and then we'll work to get the input from the condos and the residents, and any amendments we'll incorporate before second reading.
Councilmember Segurola, would that satisfy you?
Yeah, as long as there's time to modify it, because I strongly believe
December to January. I think that's 3-4 months. I think.
As written, it doesn't work.
Can that be on the record?
Excuse me, Councilor. I'm sorry. What, Councilmember Segurola?
Yeah, as written, I don't believe it will work, but yes, that does give us time to modify it as necessary with input.
Councilmember Laredo, you're recognized.
No, I just wanted to make sure that it's in the minutes. I support it with the caveat of December or January.
Well, we're going to be setting it up so that the second reading will be
right. But if things fall in the cracks here sometimes, I would support it with that caveat. It gives us an opportunity to move forward and yet prudently do the things have a way of popping up around here. So I understood her to amend it to say second reading December or January. Is that correct, Madam Manager?
Yes, sir.
Okay, with that spirit,
Anybody else? Comments? Councilmember Petros, you're recognized.
We'll also consult with either Miami Waterkeepers or some other source to make sure that we're putting in place actually does have an impact on water conservation.
Yes, I believe that staff did work with Waterkeepers, but I'll make sure that if there was any input we missed, that we'll reach out to them and make sure we include their feedback.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Is there anybody else who wants to make a comment on this? All right, let's call the question.
Councilmember London?
Ed?
Aye, yes.
Oh, sorry. Councilmember McCormick?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Moss?
Yes.
Councilmember Petros?
Yes.
Councilmember Segurola?
Yes.
Mayor Davey?
Yes.
Councilmember Laredo?
yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, thank you. Second reading should be in December, January.
Yes. The next item, Mr. Mayor, is a second reading on an ordinance of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, amending Chapter 5, Property Maintenance Standards of the Village Code of Ordinances relating to solid waste, recycling, and civil violations, providing for severability, providing for codification, providing for conflicts, and providing for an effective date.
Moved.
I'm sorry, who?
Moved.
And who's second?
Second.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll open this up for public comments. I've already had one comment by Rose Haney earlier, but is there anyone who'd like to speak to this this on second reading, this ordinance? Pete, if you could check
we have one caller with telephone number 307. Caller, you may unmute by pressing *6 if you wish to speak. Caller doesn't, Mr. Mayor, doesn't seem as we have any callers interested in speaking to this.
Okay, I'm going to close public comments. Madam Manager?
Yes, thank you. So this is an ordinance on second reading. We incorporated some of the feedback that we received from council members as well as from the community when we did a town hall between first and second reading. The primary, I think, points that we looked at are on page 3 of 4 of the ordinance. One issue was the amount of time that the bulky waste can be out in front of the property in advance of the pickup. So we had 48 hours. There was some desire to go to 72. In discussing with council members, I think that's still somewhat of an open issue that you may want to make sure we're all on the same page. And then we also clarified there are some instances in the village where there is fencing, but technically it's visible from the right of way because there are slits in the fence or just the design of the fence. It's metallic, you can see through it. So we added some clarifying language that if a container, it shall be deemed to be screened from view if placed behind a wall or fence. So we think that, should give folks a little bit of relief and flexibility there. And also with regard to the amount of time that the bulky trash can be out in front of the home, one concern that came up was the frequency of the pickups and the contract and the service provider. So I wanted to make the distinction that this is the ordinance that regulates the placement of the bins and the amount of when you put it out and when you retrieve it. This is not actually what the vendor is. This is our code that we hold ourselves to and what our residents must abide by. So to that point, though, we did recognize that there are some opportunities the village has with the contract that we're going to put in place. So we added some language toward the bottom of that section that basically gives us the flexibility to amend the contract language to be consistent with and the intent of the ordinance. And we're happy to take any questions.
Questions? Councilmember McCormick, you're recognized.
Thank you. Just a couple of things that I wanted to say for the benefit of our residents. I know there's been concern when we were talking about 48 hours for the bulk trash. There was concern about when you put that out for Monday pickup. And to echo what the manager just said, that this is the ordinance, but that it is a priority of the village and negotiating a new contract, which is up in September. So we're right there now, that the goal is to not have Monday as a trash pickup day to avoid the issues that we had seen before with the Monday pickup and people putting things out on Wednesday or Thursday of the week before and letting it sit through the weekend when people are out trying to enjoy walks or bike rides. The other thing I wanted to address, I saw in next door Key Biscayne, people were complaining about the trash, the garbage trucks coming way too early in the morning. And I did have an opportunity to speak with Jake and the manager about that. And the company has been notified and they are not supposed to be here before 7 a.m. So to residents, if you do see that as a problem, apparently with the pandemic, there's a lot of turnover in the garbage industry and new people coming and trucks coming at the wrong time. So if you do hear that, please notify Public Works so that they can contact the provider. And then the last was a question actually for the manager. We heard earlier from Rose Haney some concerns about the ability to screen garbage pails from the street. Well, I still believe that that's our best, that sort of should be our goal, that it's better when we can't see them. I had a question about, and maybe Jake can answer this. I remember in the past when there was construction or new landscaping projects going on, that sometimes people would donate what they were tearing out to the village and we would use it in various places in our own landscaping. And I wonder if there's any way that maybe in the sort of implementation period where we're giving people an opportunity to make any adaptations that they need to, if we could try to help to facilitate them obtaining any shrubs or things that other people are getting rid of.
Yes, council member, there are times that they've received plantings from Ritz and some other places and we try to utilize them as practical as possible.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Moss, you're recognized.
Thank you. I know that we discussed it between the 48 and 72 hours last time, and I know that that was talking about the landscapers. And I was one of the council members that asked the manager to look into how many hours before it starts to really cause a problem to our swales. And I believe that she came back and said that once you go over 48 hours, it starts to kill the grass. I've replaced the grass in front of my house on the other side of the street all the way across, and the grass is almost gone in a lot of these areas because of the bulk trash that when the landscapers put it on there, and if it's too long, it tears it up. So I would be more comfortable to move that back to 48 hours. And I think that's the only major issue I have on here. So if there's a motion, I mean, I can make a motion on the table to pass it with the change of 48 hours.
You're saying you're moving it to amend to 48 hours?
Amend to 48 hours, yes.
Okay, from 72.
Yes.
Okay. All right. I'll second that motion. Any discussion on that motion? Okay, can we have a vote on that motion to amend to 78 so that bulky waste no earlier than 48 hours before an authorized scheduled collection? That is section 5.3D.
Roll call.
Please.
Councilmember McCormick,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Moss,
Yes.
Councilmember Petros.
Yes.
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 Thank you. Councilmember Segurola,
Yes.
Mayor Davey,
Yes.
Councilmember Laredo,
Yes.
Councilmember London,
Yes.
motion carries.
Anybody else?
As to
Comments
the
on-
original,
As to the original ordinance as
yes, two brief questions that the manager can give me a brief answer. Did you have a corresponding outreach to the community impacted? And second of all, is this revenue sharing, is it revenue neutral? It does not imply any additional cost to our administration?
It is revenue neutral, yes. And with regard to the public engagement, we did the town hall on the second or third week of July. And then we also shared the video with contact information for staff. And then we aired it 30 times on Channel 77. So hopefully folks are aware.
Okay, and the last question is,
Yes.
how did you answer? I'm not sure. I thought Rose wrote a very thoughtful, balanced, and intelligent email to us, and now I spoke today. How do you answer her? It is going to cost her more and people like her?
I have one of my after actions. We're going to go to Miss Henny's house and we're going to shield her bins. I think Councilmember McCormick's point is.
But I think she was speaking. Forgive me. I don't think she was not being that selfish. She was talking about her and others, and I don't want to do something. You know, the way to hell is paved with good intention, trying to do the right thing and putting in more financial burdens on our citizens. I really don't understand the answer to her concern, which is that not only her, but others would have to entail out-of-pocket expenses to comply with this.
So I'm aware of her email. I haven't had a chance to see it or respond yet, but when I do, I can circle back with you, sir, and let you know what my thoughts are and we can address her points.
Councilmember Petros, you're recognized.
A couple things, Andrea. One of the things that she did bring up was concern about non-compliance with the people not being able to find the garbage cans. And I don't know what you're planning to do with the new contract. I know the old contract put the burden, I guess, on the garbage collectors to bring the bins out and to put them back. There was inconsistency with application of that. But what is your plan for the going forward? And also, if you could tell residents what you're planning to do and how to enforce these new rules that we're putting in place with our code enforcement.
Okay, I'll start with the second question. So this was a question that came up with regard to the irrigation ordinance, as well as the landscape, the fertilizer. A lot of these things are in that space of beautification and landscape. So I spoke with Mr. Oziman earlier today to make sure we had a plan for enforcement. And with the new horticulturalist position that we are recruiting for, that individual would also be responsible for the enforcement of the green elements of our code, which would include the irrigation, the landscape. And the other thing we're going to do is have the building department inspectors be responsible for any work without permit of their own discipline, which would also ease some pressure off the one code officer that we currently have. So that's how we plan to address the enforcement. And with regard to your first question, I don't have an answer offhand. If Jake or Roland does, if not, I'm going to have to get back with you about that.
Okay.
But we'll address it though. We'll address
Did I understand you correctly that the horticulturist is going to be the one going around enforcing our fertilizer, our irrigation, our garbage, and our leaf blowers?
So anything to do with, probably not the solid waste bins, but anything to do that requires that specialty, anything that actually requires some sort of assessment as to, with the irrigation, for example, if there's actual damage to a tree, part of the fertilizer ordinance allowed for additional fertilizers and special fertilizers to be used if there's a new planting. So somebody who's qualified to be able to make those determinations and interpret the code and apply it and can speak intelligently and logically about what the impacts are of the code, and can also inform us if there are issues with it. So that is the plan, yes.
What about the leaf blowers? Where do they land?
We'll have to figure out if the leaf blowers will be with the horticulturalist or with code, but I would say that it is incumbent on all village employees. If any of us observe anything that is in violation of our code, we should be reporting it. One of the things that we've done, we've asked our police officers, for example, on the night shift, if they notice any streetlights that are out, to report them to Public Works. So that's a strategy we've been deploying to try to really, all of us to take ownership and pride in the community and report those issues.
Well, and in that thought, what about getting the community engaged and making sure that when they report things that there's a timely correction to it? Or do we have that system in place? I know we don't have it on our website yet, but I hope with the new website, people will be able to report things in live time and get a guaranteed response time.
Yes. So I don't think we've gone live yet, but one of the tools where we should be going live with soon is a citizen response management tool, so that folks can actually key in. It'll geocode your location. You can take a picture, swale tree missing, pothole, and it'll create a ticket, which will generate in our system a work order so that we can resolve the issue. And then the customer will be notified of the progress. So as the work order is issued, they'll get a notice. As the problem is resolved, we'll upload a picture of the resolved issue, the patched pothole, the planted tree, whatever it is, and then the customer will be made aware of that. So hopefully that'll help all of us be informed and be able to address and turn around solutions to these issues more quickly.
Last question, when do you expect that to be live for the residents?
I'm going to say I actually expected it to be live this Thursday, is I think the go live I have in my calendar, but managing expectations, I'll circle back with staff and see if we're on target for that.
And how are we going to tell people that this is available and they can start using it?
So 2 points. We have right now a vacancy. Our communications person has resigned in the village. So as a stopgap measure, there was another applicant who actually is village resident who is interested in the position. So what we're going to do in the meantime, we're going to contract with the individual on an hourly basis to be able to keep the cadence going with some of our especially the Wednesday newsletter that I think has really gotten some good traction. So I'm going to work with her and make sure we do a nice information campaign using all the channels that we have, including the Instagram. I also spoke with the publisher, Mr. Ray from the Islander, and one of the ideas we had was to do some sort of like an ad, if you will, in the Islander to help those folks who don't get our digital communications and still rely on the Islander newspaper, that we can reach that target market as well. And we're open to any suggestions you think that would help us reach your respective constituencies.
As a follow-up.
Excuse me, Councilmember Laredo. Councilmember, you recognized?
I was wondering what you were thinking in terms of implementation time for before code, while code is just educating people as opposed to writing citations. And perhaps if we give a longer period of time, that might help ease any burdens on anyone who has to actually make some sort of changes. And maybe hopefully during that time, we can, using my earlier suggestion, come up with some cost neutral ways for them to actually execute on that if the time period's longer.
Yes, and that is our plan. The ordinance does become effective immediately. However, the code officers and our code does provide some discretion to the officers. So we do what we call friendly notices or courtesy notices. Previously, they were hard copied, like flat, like door hangers that were placed on folks' doors. With the new permitting system that went live last week, and congratulations to Jake and the building department and IT for that accomplishment. Those friendly warnings can also be generated through our system now. So there'll be a record, a documentation of the friendly notice, and then we can give, we can speak with the people and say, how much time do you need? What is your situation? If they need to, construct a small fence, if they need to plant some hedges or shrubs, if there's a more complicated solution, we can work with them to afford the amount of time mutually agreed that, they can comply before any sort of penalties kick in. Our goal is compliance, not punitive.
Well, and I think also, obviously our goal is compliance, and we wouldn't be doing this if we didn't feel strongly about it. But I think also, to Councilmember Laredo's point, we do want to be very sensitive to the times that we're living in and people not really wanting to put people into a financial expense that they otherwise wouldn't be making during these uncertain times. So perhaps while I absolutely support this ordinance and I support it as it is, I do think that maybe given the circumstances, we extend that time, and really this is where maybe we can really step up in the way that Key Biscayne is different from other governments and really figure out how we can work with people and do it in a way that's not offensive. The idea is that we're supposed to be making everything better, not worse.
Sounds good.
Following up.
You're recognized.
Thank you. I had 2 points and already eloquently put together by McCormick. I've tried over the times I've been here to impress upon the manager, and not with great success sometimes, that while we may be talking about 2040 and all those wonderful things, what touches people's lives is this kind of stuff. And so I think we have to have a lot of tolerance, not only with Rose, but everybody, about extended period before we start handling, penalties, etc. So that's well taken. The second point is, I want to make sure, Madam Manager, when I talk about revenue neutral, just to make sure we speak the same language, my experience has taught me that I don't want to hear 3, 4, 5, 6 months from now that you need somebody else to do this. So I meant revenue neutral in the sense of financial planning, but also in terms of controlling government costs. So you have assured me, I think, now in your answer to Petrus's questions and others, that you will not be incurring any, or you don't project any other staffing that would be necessary to enforce that. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
Thank you.
Okay.
If you call the question, we're fine, I think.
Yeah, well, I just want to make sure everybody else has had the opportunity to speak. Nobody else is raising their hand. Let's call the question.
As amended, right?
Correct, as amended.
Ordinance as amended. Vice Mayor Moss? Vice Mayor Moss?
He's not there. Let's go.
He took a break.
I'm here. Yes. Wait, what was the final? Are we gonna give time? Sorry. Just putting
the ordinance as amended.
And the amendment is?
The amendment of 48 hours.
And we're gonna give, and the manager's gonna give time for people to work with them, right?
She's agreed, yes.
Okay, yes.
Okay. Councilmember Petros?
Yes.
Councilmember Segurola?
Yes.
Mayor Davey?
Yes.
Councilmember Laredo?
Yes.
Councilmember London?
Yes.
Councilmember McCormick?
Yes.
The ordinance is approved on second reading.
Okay, next.
Mr. Mayor, it's 10 minutes after 8. We need to hear the manager's report.
Okay.
I will be brief. So everything is pretty much laid out. So we've got two items, the ongoing project update, which is tab 14 in our agenda. What we're trying to do here is leverage this as a tool to help keep the community and the council informed of some of the more significant projects. So if there are any additional projects that council members are interested in us reporting on regularly, please do let us know, and we will report on those. But high level, federal shoreline protection feasibility study, which is the village's desire to participate in the 50-year federal shoreline protection project with the Army Corps of Engineers. We included in this agenda packet an update from our federal lobbyist, Jim Davenport. Pretty optimistic that we are going to, that the Army Corps is going to provide some additional time and funding for the study, but we don't have a definitive word yet. So that is still in process. We've had some progress on our septic conversions. We still have quite a few homes, over 100, that are on septic. So we encourage everybody to come to the building department, pull your permit, get off septic. The county water and sewer department did extend the deadline, so you have a few extra months, but everybody does need to get off septic. So please work toward that. Beach nourishment, we're gonna have sand on the beach in fiscal 21. An update on water quality. So we have resumed our water quality testing with our partners that we had been with before, with Waterkeeper, as well as I think there might be another partner in there. So we've identified a few different locations, and I'd like to thank Dr. Samimi for working on this. So as those results continue to come in, that will inform our stormwater improvements, as well as many of the other projects that we're doing. That, you know, maintaining that natural resource is very important to us, and gathering that information is also very important. With regard to the testing protocol, I'd like to thank Dr. Simon. He pointed out some discrepancies in what we had reported here. So I'm going to ask that, and bear with me, I think staff has addressed the issue, but I am not aware. Council members were all copied on that email, so you're aware of that concern. For the community's sake, I think the update on testing is that the testing is ongoing. The Community Foundation is taking the lead at this point. The village we're no longer funding the testing. You can pay, it's a fee for service. It's $85. We have relocated the site from St. Agnes to the basement of the community center. Weather and heat, it was a little bit logistically easier at this point given the volume. So if you're interested, you can go to our website or call the hotline, and we can get you an appointment through the foundation to do the testing. And then with regard to the website, and that's the last update I will give, and we can answer any questions. So our communications officer was the project lead on the website. We initially anticipated a go live in Q2 of fiscal year 21. I have reassigned the project to Todd Hofferberth with a support team, a technical support team. And I do think we're going to be able to stay on schedule and deliver that website. So thank you to Todd and the team for picking that up. And if there are any questions about any of the other updates, or any other updates at all, we can give them. I'm sorry if I made Brett Moss, I forgot. Two updates on the human resources studies, the HR studies we're doing. So we received the draft classification and compensation report from the consultant. I had some concerns that I had some concerns with the report and with some content that I felt was missing. So at this point, I want to go back to the vendor to see if they can either assign another resource who can meet our expectations and perhaps get a little bit further toward what our goals are. And I also need to work with staff to sort of refine, perhaps refine the scope so that the vendor can be more clear and make sure that what we get is what we need with regard to the class and comp study. And then with regard to the workforce analysis, which is basically the best practice analysis, that is it's a staffing analysis. So I would like to commend Chief Lang and Deputy Chief Herring. They presented the best staffing analysis that I've seen from the fire department that helped me understand how many people we need on the floor. So I think that was really great work. Notwithstanding, the objective and the directive from council was to go to a third-party consultant. So to refresh everybody's memory, initially we brought forth a recommendation for a third-party consultant to do the review, and the feedback we got was they weren't qualified. So we went back to market. We got a more qualified firm, and with more qualifications come additional cost. And so the second time we presented this item, we didn't have much success because it was too expensive. So at this point, Juan, if you have anything, if you can provide a status on where we are now with the feedback we've received after our first 2 attempts.
Sure. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, perfect. So the RFQ is in production, working with procurement on that. They have told me that within 3 weeks, we should be able to go ahead and put out the RFQ. I guess then we'll get the submittals and review and make decisions. But I'm currently working with procurement on that.
So one thing I would add to that, given our past our record on this item, I think what I'm going to do is circulate the scope of work with the council so that you can all see exactly what's in there, so that we, so what we bring you is exactly what you all expect, because I think there has been that disconnect. So as soon as I have the scope ready, I'll circulate it with council and we'll ask for feedback with, a few days turnaround, and then we'll put it out again to market.
Great. Andrea, this is Roland. I did get an update from Baptist this evening regarding what they can provide for testing. If you'd like, I can circulate that to all the council members tomorrow morning, or I can just give a little brief update now.
If you could give an update now, given the...
Before we change subjects.
You're recognized, Councilmember Laredo.
How much, if anything, have we paid out? Is this all that we're talking about, so that we don't get lost in? It's just what Councilman London suggested in his first meeting or second meeting.
The second part is the workforce analysis. The classic comp was something that we initiated in-house.
All right, so the in-house on the outside, on the London proposal, to call it, have we spent any money?
No, we haven't awarded any contracts.
All right, and then the next question is, why do you? I hear. That's right. The second part you're going to do exclusively in-house under our personnel.
Councilmember London.
No, that we initiated the study, not that we're doing it in-house. But I was making the distinction between what Councilmember London's request was on the staffing analysis, and versus the classic comp was initiated in-house. It is the Mercer Group. And Juan, the total contract cost for the Mercer Group, if you could, for Councilmember Laredo. We'll get back to you with the cost. There he is.
I'm sorry. I don't know the exact figure, but I believe it was 19 and change.
So
19,000.
Right.
But they had all those efficiencies. They basically said they're incapable of bringing in the private sector comparables, which is one of the key elements of London's proposal.
So separate issue, but that was one of the things I took issue with. Is I wanted the private sector benchmarking was something we committed to and we need to deliver. And there were also a few responses to the points that Councilmember London provided, and thank you for that feedback. I shared it with the consultant and I asked for responses, and I wasn't satisfied with their responses to our questions. So I need to keep working that with them.
Councilmember London, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mayor. Basically, I spoke to the gentleman from Mercer together with Juan, and I realized that they were not going to cover any employees who are covered by union contracts, nor would they have anything to do with the private sector. The reason for not having private sector information, they said it was too difficult to get, and therefore they were not going to do it. As far as any contract with any union employees, they said they don't get involved in that type of thing. Since we do negotiate the contracts. So basically they're going to give us and again, what they're going to give us is called a classification and compensation study based on a very scientific, methodical way of doing things, which is probably totally unrelated to the market and probably very meaningless to us, but we paid for it, so I guess we're going to get it. And then what they'll do is they will just determine that this particular job requires this type of talent, this type of license, this type of education, this type of this, and this type of that. So based on that, it would have a benchmark of X. And then they would benchmark every other job within that group, which would be 30 or 40 people from that, and come up with a number. They will also go ahead and give us a other villages, cities, etc., arrange what they're paying for various positions. When I try to talk to them about trying to find out the public, I said, if we hire, for instance, a clerk or administrative assistant or whatever we want to hire, which is also available in the private sector,
right?
We have to know what the private sector is. We can't assume we're going to get somebody from another government. We're looking at the private sector. If you can't give us anything on the private sector, well, they basically, hemmed and hawed, and they just can't do it. So as far as I'm concerned, this will cover very few of our employees. It'll be almost worthless. But again, that's where it is. So I'm very unhappy about what we've done. We previously had a study done, I think in 2013 or 14, at which time they did have some that private sector, et cetera. The manager didn't like the results, so it was shelved, and very few people ever saw it. But I think I got the copy and I gave it to Andrea. I did have it. I gave it to you, so you had that. So you have what?
We do, yes.
Yeah, so you had the name of a company who can, not like Mercer, give us this thing, but Mercer, if we could terminate the contract, not paying them any more money, I think it'd be great. Thank you.
Yeah, I think what you're saying resonates with me, and I thought your questions were insightful, and I have the responses from the consultant. I can share it with the council.
You said they're good, so why bother?
Say again?
You said their answers aren't responsive, so why waste our time?
Well, they're responsive, but I'm not satisfied. So I'm going
to
push. In fairness, to Mercer Group, this wasn't on the agenda. They weren't notified. They aren't, the report hasn't been accepted. It's not a complete waste of money. We are going to get a lot out of it. And I also intend to, if we do need to supplement or do some additional analysis in-house to make it more fruitful for us, then that's what we'll do.
I've also asked Benjamin, which he's finishing now, we have no idea what employees cost us. We tell this is a salary range.
I sent it to you about 2 hours ago, just before the meeting started.
Okay, so
you have it.
Ladies and gentlemen, you will now know what you pay for somebody. In other words, when you think somebody's making $80,000 a year, it might be costing you $140,000. So now what we've done is we've given what the salaries are, what the benefits are, what the taxes are, the insurance, everything new. So when we go ahead and say we're going to hire an employee, we know what it cost us. It's not the salary we give them, it's the total cost. So you'll see this now for every employee in the entire village. And I think that'll be really helpful based in making decisions to spend money and also in our negotiations for collective bargaining.
And I think it's important, Mayor, if I may just say for the sake of the staff, we're doing great work and we need to stay focused and keep it up. By charter, I am obligated to provide any reports that are requested of me by council. So we need to be transparent. We need to provide the information and we need to stay focused and continue to deliver, and we'll all get through it, all of us, including council members and staff.
And I thank Benjamin and Andrea for getting this information together.
Perfect. Councilmember Petros, you're recognized.
All right, thank you. And I also wanted to thank the village for the increased information on costs and expenditures. We know that our budget's tight. We know that we're trying to look at costs. We're trying to be fair to the people that work within the village, but we also don't want to be extravagant. We want to be frugal and responsible. I've seen a lot of emails going back and forth over the last 2 years about these studies. And by and large, we've handed this off to Councilmember London because it was something he was most passionate about. And we haven't seemed to be able to get to a spot where the village is able to deliver what he wants. And I would like to know if we can satisfy what you want, Ed, and that it's relevant and it shows comparables to other municipalities, but also to the private industry. because we could have the same discussion in 2 years that we've sort of hired somebody and we're not happy. So how do we get through this better? And I'll ask both my council member, Mr. London, and Andrea, how we can have a meeting of the minds.
Well, I don't think that Mercer was tasked with this, or if they were, they should have told us right up front that they couldn't do it. They should have told us, we're not going to evaluate any of the jobs you have for the market because we don't have market rates. We're not going to be involved in any job that's covered by the union because we don't do that. But obviously, either they weren't notified that it wasn't properly presented to them, or they just aren't doing their job. I have to assume it wasn't presented to them and it was a misunderstanding because when we thought they were doing this, at least I did, maybe I'm wrong, this classification compensation study, it was covering everything, everybody, and it was covering the private sector as well as the public sector. So I was, totally surprised when I found out how little they were actually doing.
How do we rectify this?
Well, you gotta get somebody else. You can't use them. That's for damn sure. So basically at this point in time, you decide what you want and how you're going to get it. They're not the only people in the world that do these things.
But isn't it a budgeting question that we're going to have to budget for a new firm?
Here's the point. You got to determine if you're going to use the information and it's going to be valuable to you, then how valuable to you is it, so you know how much you want to spend, okay? If you're going to be status quo and say, well, we're not really going to do anything no matter what comes back, then why waste the money? And that's basically the attitude that most people take. That we don't make changes, we just let status quo. So if you put status quo, then it's probably a waste of money.
Okay, Vice Mayor Moss, you're recognized, then Councilmember Laredo, then Councilmember Segurola.
I agree with Councilmember London. I think that I don't know why they can't get the private sector. Every industry basically does surveys constantly. There's data out there. I think whatever firm that does this needs to have access to this data in this location to give us that information. But I agree too. I don't know why that would be so difficult unless Mercer doesn't have access to it. And maybe they're the wrong people to do the full compensation study. So I think that's something that we would have to look at. And but that's all I wanted to put. Thanks.
Councilmember Laredo, you're recognized.
Thank you. I'm a little confused because London says the money we paid out, and if manager answer my question that we have not spent a penny on this.
So two separate studies, sir. The work that Councilmember London requested is what we're calling the best practices. It's a staffing analysis.
Correct.
Staffing analysis that was initiated by council.
I got it. Yes.
Separate and apart is what we're talking about now, which is the Mercer Group classification and compensation study, which was around 19,000 was the engagement, that we're not fully satisfied.
Well, can I get a short answer? With all due respect, have we or have we not spent hard-earned dollars on a consultant on either one of these two? Because if somebody's watching this and trying to keep it up, it's hard to follow the money.
Juan, have we paid Mercer Group any checks yet?
Well,
Yes, we have.
So your answer
not the full amount.
So we're paying him for doing nothing.
I disagree.
Not nothing. No,
Well,
nobody said nothing.
This is why I hope you understand my reluctance to deal with the consultants and our inability to control this thing. They did not disclose. We now have, whether it's $10, $100, $1,000 out the door and no product.
Madam Manager, can I make a comment?
I agree that there's no product, and I think there will be value. I think Councilmember London has a specific objective, and I believe it is different than my intention with the class and comp study. So although it may not meet his objective, I think it met most of the objectives that we laid out. But there are things that I expect more from the consultant, and I hope to get it from them. And
you still missed my question. We have paid money. How much is it? How much do we pay?
I have to look it up, sir. I don't know offhand.
At this point, I would probably say that we owe him a third.
Just give me can you just give me an amount?
$6,500, I believe. Is that right? It was at 19,000?
Correct, just, yes.
So about $6,300. Okay.
Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Cigarola?
Two questions. First to Ed. Ed, given what you requested, would you say that the most prudent course of action would be to wait to see what the final product is, see where the gaps are, and then going forward and seeing if anyone can fill in those gaps? Would that be your recommendation?
The product they're going to provide us, Ignacio, they told me already. So it's only going to cover approximately 35 or 40 employees.
Yeah.
And basically, it's not going to cover the vast majority of the people. It's also basically not going to be based on market rates. It's going to be based on this methodology, this class and comp study. So that is what the study that I was talking about. Well, there's two studies. One, if we did this properly, we'd have market prices. We know exactly where we are for all the various positions. So we're not going to get that from these people. Somebody said, well, why can't they get market rates, et cetera? And then I think Fred or somebody else said, well, you know, these rates are usually available from most industries. If you call an accounting firm, they'll tell you what a comptroller gets. They'll tell you what a payroll clerk gets. So you can, all these things are available. So the only reason I can think of, and I don't want to be cynical, that they don't want to use these numbers is because obviously the private sector numbers are lower than the government numbers. They want more government work, and they've come out with these private sector numbers. You know, most government people won't want to employ them. So why should they do that? They're in business to make money, not to sit there and twiddle their thumbs. Again, that is not necessarily the reason. That's just a cynical person like me thinking why they can't get the numbers when anybody else can get the numbers. So
okay, but the gaps. So you're basically the gaps are gonna. It's not really a gap. It's a hole that covers the majority of the village.
You got it. You get the whole thing, Ignacio. It's not that. Okay. The other thing that I talked about is like when, you know, Chuck and I have big differences, and he's the expert and I'm the fool when it comes to the police department. And he has the knowledge and I have nothing, but I just have some common sense and some observation. And I just believe we are overstaffed. Now, you can't accept anybody on council to accept me versus Chuck because he's the expert and I'm the fool. By the same token, like he said, if we had an independent person come in and look at the department, he certainly would then look at it also. But at this point in time, so that's one of the reasons we're talking about a staffing thing. That is the consultant that we haven't found yet. That the two people they found or whatever were.
Does that exist?
Of course it exists.
Okay, so basically we'd be paying to redo the vast majority of the study again if we do it.
Of course. Well, yes, exactly.
Do it. Okay, and then my question number two, since we haven't paid Mercer a third of what's owed to them, is there any way to claw back any or all of that money given the fact that we didn't get what we wanted?
We might have got,
I guess, to the manager.
We might have got what we asked for. I've never seen the contract. I never saw the RFQ, so I have no idea what we asked for. So,
Madam Manager, can you answer that?
They've done their job.
Yeah, so the first point I'll make is, again, making a distinction. These are two separate activities with two separate objectives. And so the what Councilmember London was requesting with the staffing analysis, a classification and compensation study does not reflect on staffing or operations. It doesn't, they're two totally different activities, first of all. Second of all, I think that it's a bit unfair to the community and the staff to have had this discussion kind of on the fly when, you know, the consultant's not here, the final report's not done. I mean, I was happy to give an update. I wasn't expecting there to be this, you know, in-depth discussion. If that was the case, I think I would have preferred that the consultant, to your point initially, speak their piece, right? To be able to defend their methodology. They're the experts. I'm not the expert.
Okay, but so, from the point of the view of the village, did Mercer or will Mercer deliver what we requested of them in the RFP?
At this point, I believe that the scope we provided was, the scope needs to be better, is quite frankly what I think. So
the flaw was in the RFP, not in what necessarily what Mercer did.
We didn't do an RFP. It was simply, we just got quotes. It doesn't rise to that threshold of formal solicitation.
So the flaw is in what the request that we put out of what we wanted.
I think it's either that or, to London's point, a miscommunication between expectations. So what I'm doing now, and this wasn't the topic for tonight's discussion, but I'm happy to report on it. You know, when I got the draft report and there were gaps, I wasn't satisfied with it. When I did my own market research to see what other communities have done, I came to the conclusion that we absolutely, as we all have agreed, need private sector comparison. And I think that they can do more. And so what I need to do, and I'll work with Juan on this, you know, I need to help refine what the scope is. And if this individual in Mercer is not willing to do this for us, I was going to try to escalate the situation to a more senior person and see if we can get somebody else that is willing to do the analysis. So to bridge the gap to your point.
Somebody else within Mercer or somebody else outside of Mercer?
I'm going to start within. I mean, if we're contracted and we're obligated, I want to try to get the most for what we've committed to. And if we can't, then I think where you're going.
Because the problem is we have spent taxpayer money and we're not getting the product we wanted. Now, I hate to be, you know, the bad guy, but somebody messed up either on our side or on Mercer's side. And so the issue becomes, can this be salvaged? And that I guess is my question. So we are not throwing good money away after bad, number one. And number two, so we get the information that we actually want so we can operate better as a village. So can that be done?
Mercer stated that they do not have private data. They can't get private data. Juan, you were on the phone with me when we had that. Did I
London, can we just let Councilmember Segarola finish his question?
I'm sorry. I thought that was the answer.
No, go ahead, Ed. Go ahead, Ed. I mean, my understanding is Ed's saying Mercer can't do it.
They said they could.
So if Mercer,
I think to the manager's point, they need to be here to respond to this. If we're going to have this conversation, Moss.
Yeah, I just wanted to bring up one other thing. I mean, you know, Ed, you're talking about a small portion of the private industry. A lot of the people that work here can't really get compared to the private industry, like our police department, our fire department. What my question is, and look, if you can't answer it, Andrea, right now, it's fine. We can bring this back. But my question is, I cannot understand why we can't also do a compensation study in all the union areas between other department or other cities that are comparable to us. That's what I was thinking that we were going to get, because that's the big bulk of everything. And obviously you can't always compare that to the private industry, but we can compare that to the industry that we're looking at. And we should be looking at communities that are similar size with a similar, you know, I guess, level of issues that we may have with our fire department versus our police department here in this neighborhoods that they work in. So, you know, I think those things is where we need to kind of look at and see where they compare in those areas. And that should be definitely included fundamentally right at the bottom.
Yeah, and I think that it can be in my, you know, when I saw the responses and, you know, I saw the initial report and I did my own due diligence and looked at what other cities have done, there are studies that do reflect on that. So it is a very attainable goal. And I think it's going to, you know, with regard to, you know, blame, I'll take it. I'll take it every day. I'll be the first to take it. And I'll work with staff to refine the scope, to push the consultant and to make sure that this is not wasted money. And I don't think it is going to be meaningless. I don't think it is going to be wasted. I can tell you right off the bat there are 65% of the positions, like the titles of the village, are covered. So it's not that 75% are not. 39 positions are covered. Anyway, 65% total, 39 in one category and 21 position titles in the other category. The other thing this is going to do for us, which is a necessary step, our collective bargaining agreements have position titles that have not been updated or through the PERC process, which is a state agency to confirm what personnel should or should not be under this collective bargaining agreement. That exercise has not been done in several years and needs to be done. The village also lacks several job descriptions that have appropriate ranges for the knowledge, skills, and abilities that the employees perform. So this study is very meaningful. It's not a waste of money. It was not intended to be used as a bargaining tool. If the data comes back and the council sees a way to do that, that's your prerogative. But I would say as the manager, my intention here was to clean up and get a better understanding of what the classifications are, what positions are protected under the collective bargaining agreements or not, what are the appropriate ranges, and what is an appropriate pay plan so that we can have a sustainable pay structure where you don't have salaries that balloon above and beyond the range, which is the case now.
Councilmember McCormick, did you have your hand up before? Take it back. Councilmember Laredo, you're recognized, then Councilmember Petros.
Mayor and fellow councilman, I'm sorry, but this is, it served me well in my private life, private business, and if we can't get the little things right, we can't get the big things right. And here we're facing major debate about major infrastructure projects. So, and since our only duty and our only power is to set policy, I'm going to take a pause here to understand what's going on. Madam Manager, is 90% of our budget, generally speaking, personnel?
Closer to 58-60%.
60% of our budget?
Yes, sir.
All right. My first year here in the first budget, I was trying to be more patient until, so I remember we're coming into very close to 2 years when this was requested at London. So it's almost close to 2 years, about 60% of our budget. And here we are, August, and we're still talking about it. I am, and you quote that I am not an expert. Are we going to go down the road of outsourcing government? Because if that's the way we want to go, but you cannot, and the taxpayers of this will not allow us to have people on payroll that have responsibilities like human resources. And every time we have a simple question from an elected official, it is 2 years and no answer. And $6,500 is a small amount, but there's a big principle here, which I want you to know I'm very dissatisfied with. This is a big part of our responsibility personnel. And yet 2 years, almost 2 years, we can't get an answer. And you know, it belittles me to bring this up, but I'm really disappointed. And a small but very significant part of managing this village, particularly for 60%. And my question before you answer is what resources we have to, this is a small $35 million company, okay? And this is very manageable to do even in-house. You can even hire, one of them are very bright young graduates, some of whom are unemployed in business school, and they can give them a computer and they'll get this data. With the internet, it's all out there. And so we've now wasted a year and 9 months, and we're heading towards a budget process next month, and we still don't have an answer that London and I and others mentioned in our first or second meeting. I'm sorry, but I have to tell you that it's not something that I find prudent management and efficient management. But I guess
I will totally accept that, and I will own that, and I appreciate you're being forthright with me. I will remind everyone for the record that we have presented 2 times to council. The first time the proposal was denied because the folks were not qualified. Although I believe they were deemed not qualified to perform the work. We went and got a more qualified firm, brought forward that proposal, and that was denied because it was too expensive. So to say that there was no word is not correct. We've tried twice and we have failed twice, and I'll take that. But to say that there's been no word, I don't think is fair.
No what? No word? What
no
did you
word?
say?
You said there was no word, that we had been silent on it. And my point is that we've been
No, I am speaking about management efficiency. If we cannot get answers and we don't get paid to do this, all 7 of us, if we have to get, if you want us to go into micromanaging, I'll be happy to do that. But I've always been, when we drafted the charter and every time we've had a discussion, is that I do not want us to be micromanagers. But the policy decision was made 19 months ago to fix something or to give us facts. And all that I hear on all of these things is what we tried, or why didn't it get done? Why aren't the park signs up? Why aren't an answer? I mean, I just get a wonderful long explanation about why things are not being done. And what I'm saying is, as I, board member of this corporation, hire people, a lot of people, very well-paid people, that should just get it done. Instead of either studying it again, another consultant. This is something that I think in all the companies I've been involved could have been done internally, and specifically today, because of a lot of unemployment and a lot of people have been laid off and a lot of young graduates, I would have taken the proactive management approach and grabbed one of those MBA types and hired him part-time. And in 2 months, you have all the information.
So
and
we have
you get back the information. Here we are. Here I am, not facing decisions next month, and we have no idea our comparables. I was asked 19 months ago. It's simply not. To me, I'm only one. Not acceptable. And I have been very patient because of a new council, correcting a lot of stuff that you've been corrected. But it just seems to me, this is speaking in medical terms, I hope Dr. Simon is not. This is the signs of an underlying illness. I don't want to say sickness. And I can go on. I just want you to know, with me and my colleagues also know, and the public, I'm very transparent and perhaps too direct, but that's just the way I got elected, and that's the way I am. I am disappointed that we're talking about it. Today is the 25th of August, I believe, right? On something as simple as that, as we approach a second budget that I have to vote on, of which 60% of it is personnel. Not a good place to have your elected officials or your board directors on. Not a good place to have. It's not fair to us who put in long hours for free. Sorry, Mayor, for taking so long.
No, it's just, I know Councilmember Petros, you had a comment, and we really need to get moving. It's 8:45, and we have not even scratched the surface on this evening's festivities.
I was actually going to change the subject to the sewers, the conversion. Andrea, I'm glad to see that we're down to 111. I wanted to verify, there's 4 zones. And in one zone, there's 4 left. They've been out of compliance for how long? It's not that all of these people go into compliance on September 30th. That only applies to zone 2 and 3, correct?
Right. There was a tiered compliance period.
Right. I think it was last September.
That the last date was the last date. But Jake, do you have the compliance dates that were for the zones that are past due?
I believe they're on the website, Jake, if you go on. Yeah,
I
don't
have
it
really available at this time.
All right. We don't have to get the exact dates. I think the main point I wanted to ask of you, because we're not in control of the enforcement either, it goes through WASD, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so do we know what they're doing to try to make sure that these people come into compliance?
So they've issued notices of violation via mail to these homeowners. I can find out if they have sent a second notice. I don't know, Jake, have they sent out inspectors yet to do site visits, or have they only done the notice of violation via mail?
So they haven't done, again, because of COVID, they extended the deadline and there has been no activity on the county side.
I know these are tough times, but now we have to start sort of producing even in tough times, because we don't know when our tough times are ending. And I would really like to see a way to work with WASD, and if you could find a way to work with them to really get more aggressive on these numbers so that we can get down to single digits as soon as possible, because technically in a month, everybody's out of compliance.
So we
I
have
think,
been
I'll just tell you on the website, it says that Zone 1 was December 29th, 2019. Zone 2 was June 30th, 2020. Zone 3 was June 30th, 2020. And Zone 4 was September 10th, 2019.
Thank you, sir. And to your point, Councilmember Petros, we have been working with WASB. If I can refresh everyone's memory. Also, before COVID, we had assigned one of our employees in the building department who would be the one who would be reviewing plans for the septic abandonment, who actually walked to all of these homes and met with or offered to meet with all of the residents to explain to them what it would take to connect, what the process is to help them through it. So we are working hand in hand with WASD. We haven't hit the streets again, boots on the ground, but it's something I can talk with the staff about to see if we feel that that's appropriate. And but if not walking the streets, we'll find other ways to pick.
Yeah, I wouldn't recommend walking the streets again.
Right.
If there's some creative way, and maybe Chad, you can help here, that we as a village can put some pressure out there to force some of this compliance, because it's over a year now.
Sure.
Or
I think
almost a
that so underneath the county code, there is the enforcement mechanism. I think that we should engage DERM or WASA, whichever one is the regulatory agency on it. I think it might be DERM, and to demand that they enforce it. I mean, that's the way that, you know, the county has very strong powers in being able to enforce this connection. And if not, they can go and they, under their code, they can lien and then eventually even connect underneath the code. So
is this a letter that we as a council can all sign and send to somebody? What is the most effective way to do this?
Just have the manager, get the manager instruct them or reach out.
Yeah, I would have the manager take a shot. If the manager can't report back, and then the council should maybe want to write a letter to your commissioner, but I would start with the manager.
Okay, so
And we
maybe
had
in our
200
next meeting, if you don't feel like you've been able to be effective and you think we should collectively write a letter, we could vote on that, or how do we bring this back to make sure that we don't let it
Have a
sit?
consensus. I mean, if we decide at the next meeting, if the manager comes and says, I'm not getting this on my own, then we can have a consensus to say, yeah, let's write a letter and let's move it along. I also think, you know, a phone call to our commissioner and talking to the people who are going to be our electeds. I mean, we have Mayor Lerner and Commissioner Regalado are running for the seat. We also have people running for county mayor. We can certainly reach out to them and say, hey, we'd like some help with WASD. It doesn't seem that they're enforcing the rules that would help all of Miami-Dade County.
Okay, that's it. It's important to all of us, I think, and I think we should do that. Do we have consensus of all of us to move in that direction?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I will say though that I don't entirely agree with not going back out. I think that in the last certainly 6 months, the world's been so upside down for people that if there's anything that the village can do to help them facilitate, again, I feel like I'm a little bit of a broken record tonight, but I do think it's one of the things that sets our village government apart. And I'd like to see if there's something that somebody needs, there's a reason they can't do it. Our goal is to get it done, not to be harsh to people. So that's my 2 cents. So and maybe a two-pronged approach.
It can be both, right? Correct. Go to WASD and then also say, by the way, we're also coming around one more time to give you a last bite at the apple before you get busted by WASD.
Well, let's give our manager clear direction then. Do we, as a group, want that to happen one more time?
Well, let's not micromanage. I mean, the manager knows what to be done.
Yes.
Well, then maybe the direction, Katie, maybe then the direction could be this, if I could try. I would like, and if people agree with me, we can give this direction. We'll pursue the WASD more aggressive angle, but at the same time, amp up our efforts to, and we can leave it to her discretion and the staff's the best way to try to connect with these people again in a positive and more polite kind of way.
I would even say, you know, best way to get compliance from the people. What's the best way for the manager to ensure compliance?
Yeah.
All right, manager, you have direction from us?
Understood.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item.
The next item, Mr. Mayor, is the consent agenda.
Move.
Second.
I move the minutes, right?
That's all
Yes.
it is, just the minute.
Yeah, thank you.
All those in favor?
All those in favor of the consent
Aye.
agenda as amended? Opposed? Motion carries. The next item, Mr. Mayor, is a resolution of the Village Council of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, selecting R&D Electric, Inc., Tapia Lewis M. Service Corp., and Universal Electric of Florida, Inc. for miscellaneous as-needed electrical services, providing for authorization, and providing for an effective date.
Moved.
Second.
Thank you.
Amendment, please.
What's the amendment?
The amendment is that we have three, I think Tapia is the third, I haven't written down here, but they are much higher priced than the other two. So they should be only used, Universal should be number one, and R&D, either one, they're pretty close to price. Tapia is much higher, so Tapia should only be used when either Universal or R&D is available.
How much is the impact on this?
Well, we don't know, Louis, because this depends on how
Only
much.
for emergency service.
But it's
These are
not
hourly
open-ended.
rates. These are hourly rates, so we don't know how much it'll be until until the problems arise and we use them. So I'm saying the first two are pretty comparable price-wise, so we should use the first two, but the third one should only be used when the first two aren't available, that's all.
Ed, I second your motion on that.
Councilmember Petrus, you're recognized.
Thank you. I would say that the equipment is different, and maybe the amendment should be that we want them to always use the least expensive option no matter what they need, period, as opposed to specifying it.
Well, we're not, Katie, we don't specify it. When they say they're bucket truck and inside lifts, basically call for an electrician to do a job. If it's an outside job and he has to get high on a ladder, he's not going, he's going to need a bucket truck. So we don't just say, oh, bring a bucket truck. The same thing, if he needs an inside lift, he's going to do the same thing. So that's up to them, and it's up to the particular situation for the problem that we've had and they come to repair.
Okay, so we have the motion on the floor for the amendment to make Tapia the third choice. Is that correct?
The choice only available when the first two are.
If the other two are not available. Okay, we have a second. We get a voice vote?
Can I ask a question before we do that?
Yes.
My question is to the manager, if there's any aspect of that she feels there's some sort of negative unintended consequence that we can't see.
We can work it out.
Unintended, sorry. You can work with that?
We can work with it.
Thank you.
I feel like we're micromanaging, which we said we weren't going to do.
We're not micromanaging.
Well, there's a motion on the floor for the resolution. We can
For the amendment?
For the amendment to move.
I'll second it.
To the third. It's been seconded by Brett, by the Vice Mayor. The vote.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye. Or nay, or whatever.
Motion carries.
So let's go back to the resolution discussion. Anybody have any discussions? Councilmember Laredo, did you have any questions?
No, I second it or move it. Yeah.
It's already been moved.
As amended, yeah.
Okay. Anybody want to, any more? Okay, let's have call the question.
Mayor Davey?
Yes.
Councilmember Laredo?
Yes.
Councilmember London?
Yes.
Councilmember McCormick?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Moss?
Yes.
Councilmember Petrus?
Yes.
Councilmember Segurola?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay. Next item.
The next item, Mr. Mayor, is a resolution of the Village Council of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, confirming emergency expenditures relating to the novel coronavirus COVID-19, providing for ratification and providing for an effective date.
Moved.
Second.
Can I hear from the manager what this is in brief? Are we approving the expenditures in this motion? In this resolution?
Ratifying.
Manager, you're recognized.
Thank you, sir. So we really haven't had many additional expenditures. The biggest was really in police. I think from the beginning of the summer when we last reported, the increase was about 20,000 to enforce the emergency orders and the curfews and the restaurant closures. The other significant change in losing our communications officer, I asked Deputy Chief Osorio, who had the privilege of serving the state as a PIO under with regard to this specific event, to COVID-19. To step in on the interim basis. We've also opened the swimming pool as of the 19th, I think, of August. We opened the swimming pool. The next step in the community center, we're going to be reopening the gym. We're taking the equipment and we're spreading it out through some of the throughout the facility, so there's more spacing and it will be by appointment only. So stay tuned for that. And
well, my question briefly is these expenditures, that's all was a wonderful report of what's happening, but the expenditures already, what is the amount?
500.
500,000. And by this vote, we agree that those expenses are legitimate.
Chad can help me out with the legal implications. To me, we're ratifying what has taken place. Chad, if you have anything else to add.
No, I mean, that's exactly it. You're ratifying what the manager spent. Pursuant to the code. That's so yes, I mean, you are blessing what has been spent.
And by doing that, we then make it sort of eligible, or we hope then it will be eligible for reimbursement. Is that right?
Well, our code requires this. This isn't a condition precedent for seeking reimbursement, but this is a step that our code requires, that the manager bring forward these expenditures for confirmation and ratification by the council.
Okay.
Okay, any more discussion on the question?
I have a question. So if we
Sorry,
think...
Then Councilmember Petros.
I'm sorry.
Councilmember London, you're recognized.
My question is, or my dilemma is, if I think we've wasted money, and I don't think these expenditures were well thought out, and I vote against it, then I'm also saying that I don't want to get reimbursed from some governmental agency that might reimburse us. Is that correct?
No, it's not a prerequisite step.
Okay.
It's something that our code requires. It's not a step required by the either CARES Act or FEMA for reimbursement.
Okay.
One
We
of
don't-
the
we
things,
don't have much-
Sorry, but
Sorry,
is it
Councilmember
now
Petros is
something
ready?
that they can look at?
Councilmember McCormick, Councilmember Petros was next. Councilmember Petros, you're recognized.
One of the things I don't understand is that this is a running total. And obviously we took a vote and we passed it in past meetings. So if for us to continue, it really should just be the difference from one meeting to the next in my mind. And I don't know why we're basically continuing to just, I guess, approve a final balance. Tell me how that works, Chad.
Sorry, I'm just reading the code provision. I think that Andrea wanted to provide the rolling balance, so you guys had the total picture. But you know, the intent of this resolution per the code was drafted so that the council is aware of what's being spent and the council is able to check and balance on the expenditures. There's no reason why it has to be rolling. It could be from meeting to meeting, but that's the way that Andrea did it to get the full picture.
Okay, well, I would say, I mean, our expenses have gone down dramatically. So it was a little bit all over the board at the beginning, which we already had many discussions on. And if I were to look at the difference between the past meeting and this one, it's minimal. I don't know if you know the sum, Andrea, so that we don't have to keep rehashing the same information all the time. Maybe it's helpful to know what that small amount is, because I think you've done a really good job of actually getting some of that under control and stabilizing us after the uncertainty of this pandemic.
I appreciate that. And I think the last page of the report, there are 4 bullets that call out the difference from last report. And I assure you, we will happily simplify the report to only activities from this report to the next. It'll be a lot easier on staff, and we'll happily just, if that's the will of the council, we'll do that incremental. I think it meets the code objective. I'll also point out, I don't think anybody ever expected there to be a 9-month ongoing crisis. So the fact that we've had a confirmation reso for this many months is basically unprecedented. So, but we can take that feedback. If everybody's okay with that, we can just report the delta. That'll be easier on us. And I think it'll meet the code intent.
Councilwoman McCormick, you're recognized.
My question was just to follow up with Ed's comment about reimbursement. This is whether we approve this now or not. Is it creating some sort of documentation about our emergency expenditures that can affect our reimbursement? I understand it's not required, but is there any impact that way?
I don't think so. This is a local requirement. It's not a federal or state requirement. I don't think that it would affect the reimbursement.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, or can we call the question? All right, let's call the question. Let's go.
Councilmember Laredo. You're mute.
Sorry, yes.
Yes. Councilmember London.
No.
Councilmember McCormick.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Moss.
Yes.
Councilmember Petros.
Yes.
Councilmember Segurola.
Yes.
Mayor Davey.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Next item.
The next item is a resolution of the Village Council of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, declaring a climate emergency, urging Miami-Dade County, all municipalities in Miami-Dade County, the state of Florida, and the United States government to declare a climate emergency, requesting local and regional collaboration on a plan for emergency mobilization efforts to restore a safe and sustainable climate, proclaiming a call to action for the village to continue efforts towards adaptation, mitigation, and resiliency strategies, providing for transmittal and providing for an effective date.
Councilmember Petros.
Okay, I am the one.
Yeah, you have to move it.
I will move it. Yes, sorry.
Second.
I heard a second. Go ahead.
Okay, I want to first of all, thank you, Councilmember Laredo, for pulling this so that I could speak to it a little bit. I don't know if everybody remembers, because it was a while ago, I had a discussion with you all about the fact that I attended a lecture from the Clio Institute, and I was made aware that there are different communities that have the youth that have come out and picketed and really requested and pushed to have their municipality adopt a resolution like this. And I thought it was a good idea. We haven't been in that situation yet, but I thought we should basically get in front of the movement. And even though this language seems very strong, what it's meant to do is send a statement that, and these are things that we're doing in all of our actions right now. And this supports the actions that we're taking. And I think it sends a positive message, not only to our residents, but to the outside community, that we are taking the same steps that the city of Miami, and I think Miami Beach, and I can't remember every municipality, but many of them within this county have already done this. And so we're basically falling in line and in step, recognizing that as a coastal community, and even the barrier island to the coastal community, that we really are putting climate change and concerns about the climate at the forefront of all of our decision making responsibly.
Agreed. No, I think it's a great idea. I remember when you brought it up, I fully support it. I'm sorry, Councilmember McCormick, you were recognized. And then I see Councilmember Segurola.
I don't know that I raised my hand, but I'm happy to say, Katie, thank you for bringing this forward. I think it's spot on. We all saw what happened in the Bay, and these are huge issues. So thank you.
Councilmember Segurola, you're recognized.
Thank you. I just wanted to point out, thank you, Councilmember McCormick. I'm sorry, Councilmember Petros, for this. But I do want to point out to our residents that this resolution in and of itself does not trigger anything else, any spending and anything of that sort automatically. This is a philosophical position, which I think we can all get behind, but there are no hidden traps in this, and I thank you.
Absolutely. And I'm glad that you stated it in case it would be misunderstood, because it's not meant to be that at all.
Thank you.
Anybody else, or should we call the question?
I will support it because that gives me an opportunity to speak to Councilwoman Petros, that I was saddened that you're not running for office, because I respect you since I've been here a year and a half, more than anybody, because you do your homework and you're thoughtful and calm, and deference to that I would vote for. The only word that I'm just cautious, because my experience is the actual declaration of a climate emergency. I'm not sure if we feel is necessary, I won't, because that's a statement of fact, which of course I am not qualified to make, and whether it would trigger some sort of action later. But just if you feel that you need to have it there, I'm fine too. It's just the words declaring a climate emergency, probably the concern that is the spirit that behind this is something I support a lot, but that is a declaration of fact that it could have legal consequences down the road. But if you feel that you need it, that's fine with me.
Thank you for your support. Chad, could you speak to any of the concerns that he has
Sure.
and whether we should be aware of that?
Underneath our code, the village manager is the sole person who can declare an emergency, a formal one. So, I mean, this is more of a feel-good resolution. It's not going to have the real legal effect of a quote-unquote emergency.
Okay. All right. Thank
Anybody
you.
else? All right, call the question, please.
Councilmember London,
Aye.
Councilmember McCormick,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Moss,
Yes.
Councilmember Petros,
Yes.
Councilmember Segurola,
Yes.
Mayor Davey,
Yes.
Councilmember Laredo.
Yes.
Motion carries. The next item is a resolution of the Village Council of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, approving a federally funded subaward and grant agreement with the Florida Department of Emergency Management for the reimbursement of expenses incurred due to the novel coronavirus disease 2019 COVID-19, providing for authorization and providing for an effective date.
Move.
I'm sorry, who moved?
Second.
Give it to
Mayor
Brett.
Davey
Taking that one,
and
Mike.
Petros. Sorry?
It doesn't matter. Just move it.
Okay.
Brett, the vice mayor and the council member, let's just go. We want money from the state. We're all in agreement.
You got it. This is basically the agreement that enables us to submit for reimbursement through FEMA for COVID expenditures.
Anybody opposed to that? Okay.
No, sir.
Call the question.
Councilmember McCormick,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Moss,
Yes.
Councilmember Petros,
Yes.
Councilmember Segurola,
Yes.
Mayor Davey,
Yes.
Councilmember Laredo,
Yes.
Councilmember London.
Yes.
Motion carries. The next item is a resolution of the Village Council of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, approving an interlocal agreement for federally funded subaward with Miami-Dade County for the reimbursement of expenses incurred due to the novel coronavirus disease 2019 COVID-19 pursuant to the Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security CARES Act, providing for authorization and providing for an effective date.
Move.
Second.
Who seconded?
Councilmember Laredo.
Councilmember Laredo, thank you.
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Let's just do
This is for me, I guess. It says village attorney. So I know you guys, we've talked about this before. This is the interlocal agreement between the village and the county to receive CARES Act funds from the county. The resolution authorizes the manager and the village attorney to also make further amendments, which may be agreed to between the village and the county because the discussions are still going on. But the portal for reimbursement has opened or is about to open. Andrea can confirm. So we want to get this moving here, and it's before you for approval.
I call the question.
Well, yeah, I think, yeah. Is there any harm in doing this to us, Chad?
You know,
does it reduce our capacity to get funding in any other way or get FEMA or anything else?
No. So what the county's requiring is that the village seek FEMA reimbursement first for those expenditures, and those expenditures that are not eligible, they're going to be funded through the county through the CARES Act. It also provides that FEMA is going to, the county is going to pay the 12.5% match that the village would have had to pay to FEMA. It's not the most ideal agreement, but the risk is slim for the village. But the county has discretion to give us the money or not. So,
do we have it? Yeah, I mean, just to be clear, they have that discretion regardless of whether or not we sign this agreement, correct?
100%. And we got to get in line and start getting the money because there's a deadline for it to be spent and rebursed.
When is the deadline?
The federal deadline is the end of the year. However, the county has bumped the deadline up to the middle of November because if the cities don't spend the money, they want to spend the money. Right. So we have to spend the money by the middle of November now.
So let's just I agree with Councilmember Laredo. Let's call the question. Let's move on this. We're sort of
voice vote. Voice vote.
Yes.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Next.
The next item, Mr. Mayor, is a resolution of the Village Council of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, authorizing the village manager to issue a work order to AECOM Technical Services, Inc. for design criteria, professional services relating to Phase 1 of the Stormwater Master Plan evaluation and refinement of planning elements, projected an amount not to exceed $300,000 and providing for an effective date.
Move.
Second.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No, go ahead. Councilmember Laredo, you're recognized. I was just going to have the manager speak to the item, but go ahead first.
Oh, I just wanted, if she wants to speak to the item, but this is basically another consultant.
No, well, let her explain what it is, and then we can have our discussion.
So I got a lot of feedback in the briefings I had with council members, and we actually, if Jake is with us, we put together a few slides. I think that to help the council frame the issue, I thought we could have been more thorough in providing some of the history and the context for this item. We were very excited and proud of the work we've been able to do to negotiate these, and I think it would be helpful to the council and the community to kind of frame the issue. So if you can bear with us, no more than 5 minutes, a handful of slides. If that, Jake, if you share your screen and just walk through the framework and a little bit of the history, and then we can answer any questions from there.
Jake, are you there?
These were the slides that were attached.
We're not hearing you.
No, sir, they weren't attached. We put this together today based on the feedback we were getting and the questions we were getting. We wanted to provide some visuals to help the council and the community understand what we're talking about. So we just put this together today. We'll provide it to the clerk, and it can be attached to the agenda, and we'll circulate it so the public has it as well.
Okay, I apologize. I'm here now. I try to share my screen. Are you all able to see my screen?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Andrea, do you want me to go over this, or do you?
Yes, if you would, please.
Okay, sure. So I'll provide a quick summary on the history of what was done in terms of stormwater design and planning since the incorporation. The first stormwater management master plan was completed in 1993 by Williams, Hetfield, and Stoner Inc. There's a map that kind of shows you the study area, the mostly the west side of Crandon, and excluded the cave area, some of the neighborhoods on each side. When you read this report, basically it concludes that the existing system was built on piecemeal basis, primarily in response to localized flooding problems. It did not provide a holistic approach. In 2011, the Stormwater Master Plan that was done in 1992 was updated by Tetra Tech. Now, Tetra Tech is the same company as Williams Hatfield Storm. They bought them. So same did an update, and the recommendation was a number of drainage well installations on 3 problem areas they identified. One is, I guess, the base of 10, the east side of Crandon Boulevard. This is actually the one that was left out in the first plan. And then the second one is just west of Crandon, just north of Village Green, and then also southwest side of K8. In 2015, Village hired EAC consultant to prepare an implementation plan of Stormwater Master Plan that was initially put together and updated. And Yeah. they Or are provided you looking at something on the? they provided 2 approach. Tier 1 is high tide mitigation program. This program proposed providing backflow preventers on submerged outfalls so that the seawater couldn't come back and flood our drain system. And Tier 2 was infrastructure program, basically again targeted the conveyance system and then recommended on-site disposal system to mitigate. EAC also designed a sewer pump station for K8 to actually design the abandonment of sewer pump station and connection to existing sewer so that the real estate can be freed up. Tier 2 implementation challenge. There are a number of challenges in Tier 2 that we recognize and realize today. In hindsight, probably would have done it differently. 2015 implementation plan identified criteria again. They show conceptual improvements and cost estimates. There were no design documents provided. Again, this plan just was purely based on aerial photos with line work and very, very, very conceptual recommendations. Each project had to be designed before it could be constructed. So we couldn't simply hand those plans to a contractor to build it. It had to be designed. And most importantly, there are a number of very important elements were left out, such as sea level rise projections, climate change, roadway elevations, tidal influences, extreme storms, etc. None of them were incorporated in these plans. Basically, they were obsolete. One other thing that I like to note, what level of service criteria the previous plans included. They included Miami-Dade County design storm frequencies, which is the first line that you would see, that rainfall frequency for 5 years was used, and the flood limits were to crown the street or within 15 feet of development occupied building. So what that means that this criteria tells you that in a 5-year storm event, and I'll explain what 5-year storm event is. Basically, that is a storm that it's this chance of happening every 5 years, right? So once in every 5 years, this storm will happen. And also one other thing I like to point out is that this rainfall curve data that we use still dated in 1960s. Back in the day, the real 5-year storm event was probably equivalent to what happens a year, like every single storm. So what I'm trying to get to is what we need to be designed is not a 5 year, it's 25 year, or 50 or 100 year storm event, such as Hurricane Irma. When Hurricane Irma happened in Key Biscayne, some of the low-lying areas, some of the homes, stormwater flood water came almost a quarter inch off the finished floor on many of the houses. And also the flood limits, what 5-year design frequency that External Service recommends is you should be okay with the entire road being flooded. And also you should also be okay with flood water coming into 15 feet of your front door. So is minimum criteria acceptable? Is this good enough? Again, this was used for the previous master plans and design documents. My personal recommendation is not enough, not even 5, 10. You're looking at probably 25 to 50 year storm event. And 2015 plan identified number of areas. They provided about 14 areas, and they provided rough cost estimates and the council decisions. In 2019, let's decide the funding strategy to fund the stormwater projects. We increased stormwater utility fee. Basically, the projects will cost $35 million, but our stormwater utility fee, as is increased, provides $18 million in bonds or proceeds to, or revenue source to support the $18 million bond. And on October 19, we decided AECOM will establish design criteria for design build packages to work contractors for design and construct stormwater utilities. So this was also approved by the Village Council. Now, next step, this is as planned. In August 2020, where we are now, we are able to decide on work orders that will, for the first time, provide council with level of service scenarios using current sea level rise, storm surge, tidal changes, and hurricane projections, and best management practices, including discharge treatment. And also the reason we are selected AECOM as a design build criteria because we collectively, the staff, the agreement that design build is the best delivery method for this project for the following reasons. And if you Google design build benefits, very likely that you're gonna come to this 5 bullet points here. Fast delivery. It's a lot faster than design build. Cost savings. You have minimal cost on design end, and because you have room for creativity for the contractor. Singular responsibility. We are only contracting with one entity, and we're not managing contracts for several different entities such as engineers, construction managers, owners, contractors, so that there's no finger pointing going on. Reduced risk. The risk is shifted towards the contractor because of design build, and reduced litigation because of reduced risk. Again, we have one entity that we deal with, and they're responsible for the entire contract. And the scale and efficiency, this is just the estimate on what we're looking at in terms of the soft cost and the total program cost. Village-wide, the first work order that they'll be asking tonight is $200,000, which is village-wide design with boundary conditions and establishing level of service. And the second one is project specific design criteria packages. We estimate roughly $3.2 million for the rest of the island, and sum up $3.6 million, which roughly represents about 11% of the entire construction cost, or program cost, I should say, which is within acceptable parameters, in my opinion. That's all I have. Andrea, would you like to touch anything else that I might have missed, or?
Yeah, that was great. Thanks, Jake. Mayor Davey, if you want for questions, we're happy to walk anybody through any other detail.
Yeah, Councilmember Laredo, you're recognized. Then Councilmember Lund.
Thank you. Either the manager or Jake, as I read this, it talks professional services, which is another word for consultant, correct?
Correct. And
for FAWA, it is for just a master plan valuation and refinement of the planning element project $300,000 to do basically, that's their consultant, and it's basically soft costs. They're not directly needed for the project. Is that a yes? Can I get a
No.
yes or no?
That's a no, sir.
Okay, so what is the answer?
That's absolutely required for the project. It is, yes, it's a soft cost. Yes, they're a consultant, but the second part of the question, they're absolutely required.
Okay, now let me then ask you the second part of my question, or the third part. You talked about the evaluations of the new environmental impacts, sea level rise and all those things that we don't control. What is in-house? Don't we have the capability between your staff? We have a full-time resiliency officer. Most of the information on this area of sea level rise and all those important issues are online. We're paying basically $300,000 for people to outsource again, things that we could probably do in-house.
I'll take that. I assure you, Jake is absolutely qualified to do it. And if he had the number of people that are being allocated to this project, he could do it. But he by himself would probably have full-time Jake for quite a
Yeah, well, I
years.
also talked about the resiliency officer, which we funded recently. And I mean, I don't want to get into micromanaging what his workload is, but it seems to me, again, we continue to do outsourcing significant amounts of money and in-house investments. And yet we don't seem to move forward in doing something. I don't mind paying $300,000 if I saw it as a hard cost for something that we need, stormwater control. This is another study, not dissimilar to the undergrounding study, which is $600,000. And these costs are, I mean, Katie's answers or questions about the $165 consultant, they're all sort of quote the same thing. And $300,000 is a lot of money. It's an awful lot of money. It's an awful lot of money, particularly in this time. And I don't know that we need it that badly. And I think we can do a lot of this stuff in-house, given the information freedom that the Intertar gives us. The rest of the stuff is packaging and beautiful stuff and all of that stuff, which is, so I, as usual, though, I don't believe this kind of expenditures are something that we need to do, and to do it now when we're trying to make reductions in our budget, our expenditure, and our cash flow, et cetera. So it is a consultant, it is a soft cost, and it is a big amount of money, and I'm against it because I think we should do better inside.
Okay. Councilmember London.
Thank you, Jake, for the presentation. It's very good. I have a question in regards to EAC. I think the name of the consultant was, when you said we didn't get this and we didn't get that and we didn't get this when their 2015 contract. Were we supposed to get those items, or were they not in our contract with them?
They were not in the contract.
Sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
They were not in the contract.
That's good. Thank you. That was my question with them. The next thing is that I want to give Luis a little heart attack. $300,000 is just the beginning. Their contract is $3.6 million, Luis. So now the next thing is, since we're going to do design build, and basically since you established previously, or the county established previously, crown of the road or 15 feet from the door of a person's house for flooding to take place. Again, I don't know how many hours that was supposed to be before you drained out and didn't get that higher. Do you know the number of hours that would be, Jake? When they said crown of the road or the 15 feet, obviously your water was being drained at the same time was coming down with the
Right, 72 hours, 3 days. So basically you should be okay with flooded road, and within 15 feet of your property with flood 3 days.
3 days, okay, thank you. So now, and I think it's great that we're going to go ahead with the design build. This is what we should do with our contract. But my question really is, why do we have to go and spend this money for all this design criteria rather than set the general parameters to say, such as 2 days, 1 day, 5 hours, 6 hours, the water won't be higher than whatever we want to say in a 5-year storm, a 10-year storm, flooding, rising 4 inches sea level, etc. Why do we have to do anything other than set those parameters rather than spend the 3.6 million to do the entire project? I understand that we have to spend money, that the soft cost is necessary. My only question is how much is necessary with the design build rather than designing it, engineering it, putting it out for bids and doing it like that.
Well, number one, and then I have AECOM representatives, Amy as well as Fernando Vasquez available. So I'll tell you, number one, arbitrarily, you can't just pick a criteria, right?
But you can. You definitely can arbitrarily do anything you want. Might not be.
Will it work?
Might not be meaningful, but you certainly can.
Okay, so you could say that, you know, I want you to design for 500-year storm event, and then I do not want my streets flood no more than 20 minutes. I'll probably have to put a pump station
every block,
single house. Okay, so in order for this council to make an educated policy decision on the level of service and your investment in the stormwater system, I would be able to have to come to you and tell you what level of service and how much does it cost. Okay, so in order for me to come back with that number, I need this first analysis. I need to do all the gap analysis. I need to set the boundary conditions, look at the new hydrology and ever-changing climate conditions so that the council can make a decision. Yes, you could pick a number. You could just say, raise this every street 3 feet. Whatever that is today, tomorrow is 3 feet plus. That's fine. But would that be logical and supported by science and engineering? No. Second part of the question, if Fernando and Amy, if you're there. Now, design criteria design build, you have to have a design criteria package to level your contractors the playing field. Otherwise, you're gonna get numbers all over the place, and you're not gonna compare them, and they're gonna backload all this content.
I'm agreeing with you. I'm agreeing with you need to design package. But I'm really saying is the design package, what we're going to probably present, or we should present, is going to be something which is much more than what we need today, because we're looking to the future. We're not looking just to today. So whatever we're going to present to these people, again, not raising the streets 2 feet, but who knows what number it's going to be, but it's certainly going to be an over improvement for what's required today, because we're looking to tomorrow based on the fact that we should have an increase in sea level, an increase in rain, etc.
Right, and then there are a number of other things that we're going to look at, such as what type of good infrastructure you want to build in. Do you want to reduce the lane widths of the roadway and then increase your swell area? Can I dig up your swell area about 3 feet? These are the
Jack, this is not design. Forgive me, because I'm trying to see if we can speak the same language. Forgive me.
Councilmember, let's
Oh yeah, but if he goes on and
Councilmember Laredo is respectfully let Councilmember London have his questions answered, and then you can if you have further questions, we can.
And there is a public involvement that we included in this the first round. So it is front loaded. Once we go to different phases as we move forward, cost is gonna get a lot cheaper. But unfortunately, the first quarter is gonna be front loaded due to policy decisions made as well as public involvement.
Okay. So we definitely need design criteria for the design build people to know what we're looking for. That we come to that agreement. So that's the first part of what we're doing today for the 300,000.
Right.
That's right. And you know, Mr. I do a lot of things on my own and push out designs. I wouldn't ask you help if I didn't need it.
Okay, fine. So basically, we're saying 300 grand. At that point in time, will we be ready to go to contractors and say, hey, here's our criteria. Now give us a quote to do the job, design build it.
Yes, with the K.
All right, thank you, Jake. That's it.
Vice Mayor Moss.
Can I continue, Michael?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you'd finish your questions. Please continue.
Luis, I also, the idea of consultants is one thing. This is more than a consultant. This is engineering firm or whatever they would call themselves that is required for us to do design build, which is going to be a hell of a sight cheaper than us to engineer and design the project on our own.
I understand, but this is not a design criteria.
This is a savings of money, not an expenditure of money. doing it the other.
My question is, because you very much, this item is not a design criteria. This is an evaluation of a plan. A design criteria actually comes up on the next item, and that's $500,000. This is and I quote, it is a consultant method evaluation and refinement of the planning elements. That is not, in my limited knowledge, but I do have from banking, that is not a design criteria, which is a more of a prerequisite with a lot more engineering. This stuff has to do with a lot of soft issues that are available freely in the internet. We do have a resiliency officer as it relates to all the items related to the climate change, et cetera. And it is $300,000. If it was a design criteria, I would take a different approach. So this is a study, and then after that, there'll be another charge for design criteria, and then this is an unnecessary step, in my view.
Madam Manager, do you want to respond to that? And then Vice Mayor Moss, you're up next. We need to be.
Yeah. I mean, I think Councilmember Laredo, we wouldn't be presenting anything to you that we didn't feel was necessary. And I think you're right to lean into Dr. Samimi, our Chief Resilience Officer. He and I had a healthy discussion today on how a master plan is not design criteria. So Dr. Samimi, can you briefly respond to Councilman Laredo's point?
Yeah, what I'd like to say is that in truth, this is a reconciliation of the entire stormwater system with upgraded boundary conditions. This is not something that's done off the back of an envelope. Nor is it something that's done just based on generalities relative to climate change and whatnot. This is sort of a deep dive into your numerical modeling. That's the underpinning of the master plan and the design of the entire system as it exists currently and as it's going to have to evolve into the future, taking into consideration the upgrades that are going to have to be done in K8 and which are going to sort of get the design criteria from under the $500,000. I think that Amy or Fernando should explain in more detail to sort of give you a little bit more peace of mind as to what's truly involved, and you'll get a better sense for what this first step is.
First of all, I take it, Mayor, because he referred to something that I need to correct him on the record. I was not suggesting, Doctor, and I find it a little bit, I don't want to use another adjective, that I'm suggesting a back of the envelope study. So with all due respect, show a little more respect for my intelligence. What I was trying to achieve is savings and what the capacities that we have on board that we're paying for with staffing, that we can mitigate this. This is not, again, a design criteria study. And in fact, Jake very briefly mentioned something, Mayor and my councilman, that includes, again, a so-called public outreach segment. I mean, everything that we do with all consultants, we have a package of so-called communication skills. So, I mean, it's just $300,000 here, $500 there, pretty soon it's going to become real money. So what I'm saying is, if we don't have the capacities to do the general stuff about resiliency, that yes, it's not the back of the envelope, sir, but it is a fairly accessible information, then we either have one or the other. We cannot have staffing costs and outsourcing costs. It is unsustainable as a management technique to outsource everything that should fall under a personnel on our staff that has that background. That's all I'm saying. And I can see right there, just communications. I don't know how much they put it in, but that's something we don't need. But it's $300,000 that we want to approve. So I think this is the wrong approach. It's like, I don't know when we're going to be able to stop this drift into outsourcing, consulting, and all of that. But I guess it all has this explanation.
Well, I think that I understand what you're saying, and no offense meant. I think it'd be important to hear directly from AECOM and the folks that would actually be doing the detailed work that sets and basically in motion everything that is going to be coming relative to the upgrades to the stormwater system from here moving forward for probably the next 10 years.
So Mayor Davey, as the chair, if you'd like, Fernando Vasquez is actually a resident of Key Biscayne and
certainly. Hello, Fernando. You're recognized.
Hello. How's everybody?
Very well, thank you.
Thank you. Well, thank you for the opportunity to be here and for the opportunity to give us a chance to talk a little bit. And I'm going to let Amy Eason, who's the project manager, who's nuts and bolts of the project, to speak as it relates to the overall logic behind this. Please.
Thank you, Fernando, and thank you for letting us speak tonight on this topic. I honestly don't look at this as another study. I think of this first task as laying the groundwork for all the future design criteria packages that are going to be needed to do the design build process. All these elements are going to meet together and form that stormwater system that's going to work together. It's going to be resilient, and it's just going to really be a forward-thinking plan. And it's not even a plan. What I'm saying is that these are elements. So these following tasks are the first phase of this. And the goal is to really develop that base work for developing the design criteria packages for the future stormwater infrastructure, as well as provide the critical information for developing the design criteria package for the K-8 school. So everything we do in this first task is going to lead to the K-8 school and then be used and save money, because we're going to have those design decisions made here and now, and we can move forward. So part of the task, and it's broken into several little tasks, and one is the stormwater master plan gap analysis. And this gap analysis is because you have 3 different plans. We need to look at all the existing data and use the hard money that you guys paid for these consultants and see how we can use each of these elements, the modeling, and improve on it based off the policy decisions that you're going to make during this task order. So the gap analysis not only does that, but it also allows me as the engineer of record in developing these design criteria packages take ownership of all that work that was done prior. Another task that we're doing is basically a design condition analysis. This is where it comes into your sea level rise, your storm surges, your frequency, your rain events, all that information. You know, we're going to look at that. We're going to take a look, see what's the appropriate sea level rise, see what's the appropriate rainfall, and present that to you guys, because you may decide that you agree with the Southeast Compact climate change. You may decide that the projections don't seem right for your community, or you may determine that you need to design to a bigger level of service. And those kind of policy decisions lay the foundation for the design criteria packages in the stormwater system. So what's that sea level rise projection that we need to do? What kind of rain events? Because as we know in studies, the rain frequencies are happening more often. So maybe the 5-year 1 day isn't appropriate. You know, maybe the citizens want a better level of service, and that's where the public engagement comes into play. And to notify you guys, the councilmen, women, and the residents what's going on, because I'll tell you, I mean, we did work in Miami Beach, and it seemed to me that it was a huge public communication failure when it came to proposing raising roads, how that was going to impact and such. So I think this is going to be a good foundation for that. Another task that we have are discharge opportunity analysis. You guys have existing outfalls. They're gravity, they're small. They may not be able to handle the amount of flow that you need to get out in order to meet the level of service that you want to have. So we would have to look at where's the existing easements within the village. Where can we put pump stations? Where can we put wells? Where can we have these discharge opportunities? How big of a site do we have? Maybe we can't put a 100,000 GPM pump station, you know, in a 20-foot easement. You know, we've got to be able to back calculate where these discharge opportunities are. And then you take each of your neighborhoods and you know, hey, this area is going to go right here. And we know where it's going to go. And that will help develop those design criteria packages, because the contractor will know where they can discharge and where they can't discharge, what kind of treatment facilities that they need to put on the infrastructure. And then lastly, best management practices. some management practices may not be appealing to you guys. It may not be appealing to your residents. You know, we would look at, you know, a lot of sustainable infrastructure, rain gardens. We would look at bioswales, recovering swells. We could look at hard stuff like storm scepters. All those sort of best management practices that provide that water quality treatment, because we don't want to impact Biscayne Bay, and also help with water quantity, because storage is your friend. You need as much storage as you can in the village as possible. But there's certain things that may not be appealing to the public and may not be appealing to you guys. So we want to make sure that we can match the right best management practices to the right situation. And once you establish that and you get public buy-in and you guys have buy-in, kicking out these design packages are going to go a lot easier. And then, of course, the public engagement. I mean, we need that because of the public buy-in. If you do this in a vacuum, you're gonna get hit once the design builder goes out there and starts to build stuff, and they're gonna be like, "Why are you putting this pump station here next to me? Why didn't you consider, you know, hiding it? Why we don't want it? We don't want it visible. We don't want any of this visible." You know, the public engagement is very important, and also it gives you feedback as to what kind of level of service your residents are expecting. Maybe they don't want in a 5-year storm, which is 6 inches in 24 hours. Maybe they want, you know, they want no flooding for a 10-year storm, or maybe they're okay with flooding. Maybe they're okay with a half a foot of water on their road. At least you'll get some of that feedback during the public engagement process. And I really look at this task as it's not another study, it's decision policy making, so that it provides you the basis for the rest of it.
Vice Mayor Moss, you had some questions?
Yeah, I mean, I told this to Andrea today as well, our manager, that it's a lot to look over since, you know, Friday. I have a lot of comments in it. I mean, you know, I know that I think this is a very important project. We got to get this moving. But at the same time, I think that we might need to take a little bit of time to understand this. I mean, I've read front to back. There's still a lot of questions. Like, for instance, the public engagement, you know, is there a portion of that we can take on internally? You know, I agree with that. We need to look at, you know, what we can do here. You know, I would also kind of like to see how many criteria packages are we talking about that is going to end up at the end of this project?
14.
How many?
There are 14 project areas.
Okay, and typically these are going to cost $500,000 for each one?
We think it's going to tier down because the information, there's economies of scale. So the first one is 500, but it'll become less expensive.
Yeah, because it would be good to kind of get like an overall idea of the whole project. You know, I try to read through. I mean, I think in the criteria area, I'm a little bit more unclear than I am in the area of the master plan. And I understand this one, but I still think that there might be some things that, you know, again, at the end of the day, we got to go back to the constituents and say, what the manager presented to you and you approved, are you 100%, do you understand that? Was it good? Do you feel comfortable with it? At this point, I just don't, because it's just too much information in too short of time. And I think that, you know, if we had a workshop or more one-on-ones, you know, with the staff and, you know, just to understand it so that when this came up, we would be a little bit in a better position. I tried to find like where I could do conditions, but doing conditions, I might decide to take something out that end up really being needed in there. I just don't know. I mean, I'm really in that area where I would like to have a little bit more time, not to delay it, but just to understand what we're voting on here and making sure that this is something that we feel comfortable with, because we're looking about $800,000 here.
Councilmember Petros, you're recognized. Then Councilmember London.
Good evening. First of all, I'd like to acknowledge the fact that I know that the staff has been working really hard on all of these proposals, and bringing this forward is not easy. And I think we as a group may have missed an opportunity when we voted to approve the increased fees on stormwater. And what that did was kick into gear a larger thing, which was this $18 million bond. And I agree with Councilmember Moss that I think we should have a workshop, and maybe we should have had it a few months before so that we could be in a better position as far as understanding the timeline that I think that our village manager and staff are working on. And I don't want to slow them down, but I also want to inform not only us, but the public, because I want everyone to understand the timeline and the projects. I also recognize that the total cost, if I'm accurate, of everything you think we should do, the estimated cost is 30 million, not 18. We've passed fees to support 18 million, so it's not even everything that you have. And which means it may bleed over into the GO bond that we're putting in front of the voters, whether it passes or not. That's a funding source that could kick into stormwater also. And all of these things interplay, and they're so large that I think it would be helpful to have a workshop, and I would concur and also ask the manager to let us know when you think you could do something like that, not only for us, but for the community, so that we don't slow you up, but we understand things better and we can move on these things that are in our agenda tonight.
Councilmember London.
I guess my question is,
Councilmember McCormick, I see you.
Amy, basically in your experience, are there general contractors, I shouldn't say general contractors, utility or underground utility contractors, who will take on the whole project, not just parts of the project, but basically would give us a price to do the entire project?
You have to give them a basis to bid the project. I mean, if you feel comfortable with your current stormwater master plan and the infrastructure that was planned in there, that would be a basis for them to do it. But you're missing some key components with the sea level rise and all that to make sure that everything works. So it's kind of hard for them to even bid something without getting a basis of design or design criteria.
I understand what you're saying. So I'm saying take what we have and we'll assume has some value to it, and that you basically, your company goes ahead and modifies that, and then a contractor would come in and bid and give us a design build based on that for the entire project, not just pieces of it.
Well, if you want a design criteria package for the entire city, right, or village, I mean the entire village, then what we would do is take that master model, that master plan, modify it, make the modifications to it. Mm-hmm. If you wanted to split it up into pieces, then you could do that. But you still have to develop the design criteria package for those contractors to do that.
For the whole package. No,
yeah, for the whole thing.
If I may, I would caution on that. Back in Miami Beach, when I was CIP director, we wanted to do the larger neighborhoods and get it all done at the same time. It can become a logistical nightmare, and it can end up being far more costly than just a time splitting it and moving forward in a more logistical condition. But briefly, what I wanted to say to overall, as it relates to the concern about analysis by paralysis or too many studies at AECOM, we do have a culture of moving forward specifically as quickly as possible to satisfy the client needs. We are not that much interested in studying things to death. Our culture is to proceed with projects and move forward. And I think that's what we want to do here. At least I personally want to go in that direction as a resident of this island for about 18 years. And understanding what we're subject to, I would see this as a positive thing for us.
Well, I agree with you. And the question is, what is the most economical way? Now you're saying Miami Beach, of course.
You have to establish your boundary parameters first. We've had in the island, I don't know how many studies already, and all those studies have to be put together within the conditions that we have already studied. Before that, we didn't have the level of awareness and understanding that we have right now. And we're not just talking about recurrent storms, we're also talking about our capacity to withstand a certain category of a hurricane that hits us and how quickly we can evacuate that water and how comfortable we are with our elevations from the road and how that affects our potential reinsurability of our property. So I think when you look at it in depth, you have to put a lot of pieces together. That's where I'm kind of going with it.
I understand where you're going from it. And like you said, also up to the citizens of the village to what level of service they want. Are they looking at a 1 in a 100-year storm? Are they looking for hurricanes that you've only had 68 of them in 100 years, 3, 4s, and 5s in the whole state of Florida? So, you can engineer to death and make it so expensive nobody will do anything, or you can do some reasonable thing which will take care of, we'll say 90, 95% of the problem. I don't know what level you look to say, okay, fine, this is good for 90% of the time, 95% of the time, or whatever.
Well, the level of service is between your parameters, what we're trying to figure out right now, what are your boundary settings, and you're at right now. That's your level of service between there.
That's going to determine the cost of doing the project, right? Yes. So you also said that Miami Beach, they did too much at one time. Miami Beach is a big area compared to us. I mean, we're a tiny area compared to Miami Beach. So the rest things still hold true to us, the logistical nightmares they had, that it would affect Key Biscayne same way.
I think even worse because we have less room for staging.
Well, you got a lot of backhoes, baby, not a lot of staging. This is underground.
Councilmember McCormick, you're recognized.
My question was more for actually Brett and Katie, and they're questioning and asking for more time. Are you saying that you're not ready to vote on this tonight, or that you'd vote on this, but you would like a workshop after?
I would like to make the motion that we defer it, have a workshop, and bring it back.
Okay, then I would like to ask that if that's what we want to do, I would ask that if we have a workshop, then maybe we plan for a special meeting specific to this topic.
Absolutely.
Either the same day or very soon thereafter, so that we can move this quickly. I respect that you would like more time and more information, but I know from speaking with the staff and the manager that a lot of work has gone into this and that they're anxious to make something move forward. And so I would ask that we do it as soon as they're ready, but that we pair it with a specific meeting to move on this item.
Yeah,
I second this motion. So
just to add to that motion, like the idea is that we understand the whole project, not just this one, two little things. I mean, there's 14, 13 other criterias out there. So we just kind of need to see from an organizational chart what we're going to be looking at here and what the overall costs we're looking down and things like that. So,
Councilmember London, you're flailing around there. You okay? You're recognized.
I haven't fallen off my seat yet, Mikey. I suggest we have a workshop. If everybody's in agreement, let's get a workshop next week, so we can move this thing forward.
Agreed.
Who's going to pay for the consultants to present?
You are.
May I?
Councilmember Laredo is recognized.
Laredo, thank you, Mayor. One of the things that makes one uncomfortable, particularly, is when you have the party. It's on the one hand, it's good to have the professional services. People come and ask questions, but it becomes an advocacy. And my role is to be interfacing with you, Madam Manager, and the people that work for you. And it kind of puts you, because all of this discussion, that company has the highest reputation in what they do. And I know of them and I read about them. And this has nothing to do with your qualifications. It has to do with our responsibilities as public officials on how to spend the money. So I hope that you understand. I'm not speaking in any way. No, because this is what happens when the company comes in, when we're having a debate with the company. It's a question of, we all talk about efficiency and we all talk about the need, so we need to reduce the budget, but every time we have an opportunity, we pass. And it's 100,000, 200,000, 165,000, 300,000. We need to have also, I need to have, where are we going in this thing? This budget, this city has grown from 29 million to about $7 million in 5 years. And I don't see anything tangible to justify that. So I'm holding on to my philosophies and my proposals that I did when I ran for office to bring out some efficiencies. And this thing, you may or may not know, and I applaud the vice mayor bringing it up. I mean, doing other things in my life and having some meetings out of the city of Miami. I got this out of Key Biscayne. I got this at about 5 o'clock, 5:30 on Friday, and today is about the $1.45 million of things that they want to approve. You know, I take that seriously. It's 300,000 with you, another 500,000, and others that we're going to discuss later. And this is no way to run the show. I said earlier before, it's very unfair to the taxpayers and honestly to us as individuals who do this for free. So I think it's a healthy move to defer this. I would also ask to make the motion maker that in that I don't know, seminar or workshop, I want to hear, I am now over the micromanaging because I've a year and a half of trying to approach things my way have not worked for me. So I want to hear from the manager and that thing, what is the capacities we have on board, including if we're going to have to discuss names and positions, because what I cannot tolerate, nor will the taxpayers, is double dipping of in-house staffing and outsourcing. It's not sustainable. It is not prudent management. So on that workshop, I hope you can come back to us with an audit, if you like, of our staff, which is exactly what I would hope and pray that I didn't have to do. But I am now completely at a loss of getting straight answers. And I know the people who voted for me are waiting to see results. Last year, they're waiting to see cuts, and we just don't seem to. So please don't misunderstand our dialogue to have anything to do with your outstanding qualifications. We're having a tough time on a very difficult time as volunteers to make the right decisions and to make cuts. And sometimes we get it right, sometimes we don't. But I'm moving in the direction of cutting because every time something comes up, there's always an excuse to spend more money. I support the motion that the vice mayor made.
It's been seconded. What date would everybody agree to next week?
Next week?
Pick our date.
Okay.
I want to make sure.
Hold on.
Andre, I want to make.
Councilmember Petros, you recognized?
Sorry. I want to make it clear, at least for me, the workshop is coming to us from our village, not from any of the consultants.
Correct.
And that what I would like to see in this workshop is an understanding of our past plans, what they have as a positive and a negative, the current levels that we're dealing with water, our current restrictions or guidelines at the county level, which is the 72 hours. And then most importantly, the timeline that you see of how you're going to implement stormwater improvements and what steps you need and the tentative money that's involved so that not only we, but the community sees it. Now, if you don't think you can do that by next week, tell us now, because I don't want to set a date and have you feel like you can't meet it. And I also think an amendment, Brett, to your motion is to include the next resolution, which is the agreement with KCI, and potentially even, because it involves stormwater, the vision consultant. All of these things interplay with each other, in my opinion.
Okay, I would agree. I would agree to the second. Well, it's Moss's motion, so he can decide.
I mean, right now, I'd rather talk about the vision plan. I don't see it at this detail. This is much more detail, what we're talking about right now. I don't know if they interrelate, but I don't know if they're that close to each other. So why don't we vote on that? Let's talk about the vision plan, and then we can decide if we,
And Brett, does that include the other 500,000?
Yes.
In other words, the next item.
Yeah, the two items together.
Okay.
I would agree.
But Councilmember Petros, you wanted to bring in B as with the other $500,000 too. There's two $500,000 there.
So
a total of 1.1 million.
I think
Surveying, yes. Okay.
For the record, I think it's 9A1, 9A2, and 9B. That's what we're saying.
9A1, 9A2, and 9B. I accept that amendment.
Okay. So if I may, to Councilmember Petros's point, if Jake, Amy, Roland, Fernando, if you guys could caucus offline and just make sure that everybody's available and we can meet that expectation. And then Mayor, before the end of the meeting tonight, we'll circle back to make sure that we can meet that.
And give us some options because we have the budget coming up.
Right.
Well, understood, but the sooner the better. I mean, I think to Ed, Councilmember London's point, I agree that the sooner we can do this, the better, because it will be, again, part of the budget process. So,
so what day?
Why don't, well, if you can just work offline and then Jake can just buzz me and I can come back before the meeting recesses.
All right.
But real quickly, again, I don't think AECOM needs to be part of that conversation. This is your staff reporting to us, our community and our council.
Councilmember, okay. Councilmember London, you can speak.
I basically respectfully disagree with you, Katie, because
no, you can't.
I'm sorry. I agree with Katie. Never mind.
Oh no.
But no, really, I just think
Go ahead.
They have some of the technical information that possibly Jake and Roland don't have, and also they have more pricing information that they'll come up with at that point in time, rather than we say, well, maybe we can do this, and then Jake says, that might be a good idea, but now we'll have to go back to AECOM to see how that's going to affect their bid. So I think either they'll be there or available by phone so we can ask them the questions. How's that?
Fair enough. I accept that.
I think that's a fair point.
Is that okay?
Yes.
Available is a key operating word.
Okay.
Fernando, you can only bill us if we call and keep you on the line for over 30-minute increments.
I'm not going to bill you.
Again, that's a discussion offline.
Just raises taxes.
Okay. Thanks,
I
guys.
personally won't.
All right, so we're going to defer those items to a date to be pending. We'll come up with that at the end of the meeting. That's the motion.
And to clarify also, Councilman London, I can absolutely honor your request, but I think they're two separate issues. I don't think an audit of staffing capabilities.
Oh, that was me.
That's not my request.
That was me, madam.
Okay.
And I use the word, I withdraw the word audit if that bothers you, but I want to have an assessment of our capacities in-house.
At this workshop next week?
Well, you're asking me to vote 300,000, a million, 1.5. Outsourcing, I want to know, if, at least in the first, particularly
relevant to this scope. Okay, yeah. Relevant to this scope?
Yeah, not village-wide, just the scope.
You know, we may cut somewhere else.
Great. Okay, relevant to the scope, we can do.
All right, so we're pending a date on the workshop, but otherwise there's a motion pending to defer these items to a date certain.
How about next Tuesday? Can we just pick a date?
No, we don't know until we know when everybody can meet. So let's move on.
Give us some time at some alternative dates too, because
they're coming back to it.
No, but I mean among us. Okay.
Yeah. Well, let's have that conversation. What are our available dates so we can let them know right now?
I'm open next week
I'm wide open next week all night, every night.
Just not Monday night. Not Monday night, please.
That would be the week of the.
I was thinking Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday.
Not Friday? Should we get this meeting over on a Friday night?
Wednesday or Thursday.
We can roll through this meeting in about an hour.
I see here that on the 3rd you have a resiliency thing, so it probably needs to be the next week. Then.
Why don't you have it right after that? That's at 6 o'clock. Why don't we do it right after that?
7 o'clock?
Yeah.
I don't know. That's going to be how many hours?
It's a long work
usually
day.
Go less than an hour. I mean, they have in the town halls. They've been pretty quick.
On the resiliency?
Yeah.
So why don't we
well, it's a lot of the same staff that work all day and then run a town hall at 6 and then change gears to address us. Maybe it's a little kinder to do it on a different day.
All right, when are our hearings on the budget?
Rather get it
on
done.
The 8th. We can do it on the 9th or the 10th before the final budget.
I didn't think we could set a date, guys. We can't set a date till she comes back.
No, we're trying to get some dates that we're all
okay.
Instead of
So
screwing
I
up
would
2
do it
days, let's do one day. Let's do the same day as the bond thing.
No, I can't do that.
Let's have this conversation when they give us their dates. Let's see what works. Let's move on so we can get through our agenda.
Let's go to the next resolution. Right, Madam Clerk, next resolution, please.
Do you want to vote on this, Mayor, first, without the date?
Oh, yeah. Did we vote on it?
So that we-
We're deferred pending the date. Let's just move. We'll come.
No, subject to the date, so we can move it. Get it
Table
on.
it. Let's table it. Do I have a second?
Yes.
I
Thank you
mean,
for tabling. Go on to 9C.
Okay. A resolution of the Village Council of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, selecting DPZ Co-Design LLC for urban planning services for the 2040 Strategic Vision Plan pursuant to request for qualifications number 2020-25 in an amount not to exceed $165,000, providing for authorization and providing for an effective date.
Moved.
Second.
Councilmember Laredo, you're recognized.
Yeah, well, my views are clear.
I think so.
I've been from the very beginning when actually, one of the first questions I want to ask, I was clearly against it at 100,000. It's come back at 165,000. It's just the way government spending creeps up. So I imagine my surprise at 165,000. I reiterate all of the points I made before and is consistently made. I don't believe that we need it, and I don't believe we need it right now. And her presentations are full of things that support my position. The fact that they don't think they can project more than 5 years or 5 months, comparable to the city of Miami, where I was involved with Mayor Manny Diaz a little bit on the margins with the Miami 2021. I followed that process to compare the city of Miami and the city of Coral Gables as comparable to us. It's not even close. We're a very small island with very little land to be developed. We have an extraordinary brand overseas, and that's why our values are the way they are. They've been sinking the last 3 years, but it's still one of the highest places in Miami. And we don't need any more PR. We are the PR for the village, those elected officials, and the values that we value. I don't see any value added to our process, and I certainly don't think in this time, with this reality as I know it, and maybe I'm living in another reality where people are cutting back, that we would spend 165,000, which I'd like to know from somebody how we went from 165, from 100 to 165. It's to me, and again,
pretty clear.
We know. I have a feeling that everybody's made up their mind, but it seems to me that this is not the kind of prudent management that I think our voters would want. And of course, they'll speak in November.
Right. Councilmember, I'm sorry. Councilmember Segarelli, you're next, then Councilmember London, then did Councilmember Farmick, could you raise your hand? Okay. Councilmember Segarelli, then Councilmember London.
Basically, I listened to the presentation. I didn't really have any questions because I understood it. It was pretty clear. To me, it was also pretty clear the more that was spoken, how there's absolutely nothing in this job that we actually need. We are a 1 square mile island that is completely built out. We simply do not have that many options for what to do with different pieces of land, which everything is pretty much privately owned. Basically, it just seems to me like it'd be a complete waste of money. I'm also very concerned about how we had set aside $100,000 a year ago. And now, again, as Councilmember Laredo said, now it's ballooned to 165. And in the end, we're just going to get another consultant report, which we have a long history of paying for and absolutely ignoring. The other thing is, I just don't understand why the 2040 Advisory Committee would need this consultant. The 2020 did not need it, and yet they got the job done. I think this is not going to be some sort of magical bullet that's going to tell us everything we need to do over the next 20 years to have a completely different village. We cannot have a completely different village because we are who we are and we're completely built out. Also, as it was pointed out by Councilmember Petros, everything or everything of substance that was discussed in the presentation, we're already doing. So why do we need to spend $165,000 on this? Basically, in a nutshell, there's nothing to be added to this except another $165,000 that are going to be wasted when we really could use that $165,000 for the budget crunch that we're facing. And that's pretty much it.
Just to be clear, 2020 did have a facilitator. There were charrettes, there were people, there were a number. I don't know if
No, there was an urban planner. There was an urban planner.
And how much did it cost?
I went to those events.
Over 100,000. I think.
Just so we're clear, there were quite a bit.
If you ask me, given what was presented and the fact that we're already doing everything of substance that was discussed, this is
I just
money
want
that's
to
being thrown
clarify
away.
that one point, that there was somebody involved. So your point was that they didn't need it, but they did need it.
Okay,
So,
I stand corrected, but either way,
Councilmember London,
we're-
you're recognized.
we're already doing it.
I'd like to amend the motion, and the young lady from the company said they would be amenable to it, and that is to be billed on an hourly basis with a not to exceed of $165,000. And then we would leave it up to the 2020 or 2040 Vision Committee to determine when they needed their services and to only need their services when they themselves couldn't do the thing. And that way we'd minimize our expenditure and still be able to get our vision done, and probably at a much lower cost.
I believe that, aren't they up to a maximum, not to exceed, it's a not to exceed 165.
That's what the resolution is, 165 not to exceed. When I mentioned to her, she said, yeah, they'd be amenable to that.
Yeah, I think,
I believe that's because the contract hasn't been negotiated yet. It is a not to exceed number.
I see, but it's
Ed
not
is
to exceed
proposing that we change, that we give specific guidance to the
Yeah,
type of
Ed,
contract.
I'm so surprised at your point sometimes. That anybody give me an answer to, and Segurola, how we went from 100, which was against to 165?
Councilmember, let's let everybody else. Vice Mayor is up. The Vice Mayor's up next. You can come back and ask those questions.
I haven't finished.
I'm sorry, Councilmember.
So basically, what I'm really saying is by doing this, hopefully, we won't spend 165, we won't spend 100, we'll only spend as much money as actually required for the information that we need, that we internally cannot do ourselves. Because as you said, Luis, you made a good point. We have a CRO, we have all these other information, so possibly we can do a lot of things that they would do and charge us for, and it won't cost us by doing it internally. So that's why I would rather just use them on an hourly basis as needed to help the vision board come up with a 2040 vision, not to exceed.
Manager, is that doable?
That's a motion.
Actually, I'll go to Vice Mayor. Is that doable? You're the liaison.
I mean, if our staff can take on some of this stuff and they can work with them and try to reduce the costs, great. I mean, again, this is something that we need to talk to the manager and see if they're able to do it. I mean, this is a very highly specialized area too. And a lot of it is urban planning. But again, if we can share some resources, then that's fine. I mean, it's possible.
If I may, Mayor, I'm sorry, Katie.
Councilmember Petros?
Ed, what your not to exceed number was what?
165.
So why is that any different? I don't need to.
Because
I'm struggling with this.
Because they said they wanted 165, and I thought 165 is a lot of money to do what they proposed doing. So I said to her, could it be a not to exceed based on an hourly basis? She said yes. And that way you'd only use them for things you couldn't do yourself, and that's what you'd pay them for. But in the worst case, you wouldn't be any worse off than what they proposed. Okay, that's assuming the Vision Committee did nothing, okay?
When I looked at the proposal and I made some comments about the fact that this is a little bit deeper than the conversation when we first talked about what is our vision and what do we want to see coming out of this board. This is how I saw it at the time, which was to think creatively. And I do think there's great value in thinking creatively and trying to figure out how our community can evolve over time in a way that none of us sitting here today can probably envision, which is why you need a professional. And I know this firm is very, very reputable and considered, if not the very best, one of the best. However, I also know that we fought hard about the $100,000. There were people that felt like we didn't need it at all. And I kind of believe we could do a not to exceed the amount that we voted upon and agreed to if the scope were to change slightly and we were to keep this more on the vision side and keep the 5-year plan within the village, working within the village. But it would require the board to go back and have that discussion to see if there was a way to change this and scale it back. And that would be, and maybe you're gonna tell me, Brett, that that's gonna accomplish nothing. I don't know, but I would like to hear your response to that idea.
Well,
Vice Mayor, you're recognized.
My proposal was the hourly thing.
Yeah, I understand.
And as a result, the reason I say that, when you looked at the various schedule they had for the various 26 weeks, I looked at it and said, there's a number of things we probably can do ourselves, a number of things I said, that they were going to do that possibly we could. Maybe we could. Maybe we're going to be too busy.
Councilmember London, I'll second your motion.
Okay, great.
Have a vote on the motion to amend.
But I wanted a friendly amendment to put it down to 100,000, not 165.
I'm seconding his motion. Again, remember, there were 2 consultants on the 2020 plan, and their costs exceeded by 165 by a large amount.
Mayor, who is going to give an answer to my question? Is the manager about this is what is a bait and switch? This is a very old tactic. You have a lot of opposition on 100,000. You bring a proposal to 165, and you wind up compromising at 100.
Councilmember, with all due respect, I didn't bring.
Somebody tell me, other than you, why? Maybe the vice mayor or the manager. I hope she has a hand on it. How we got to 165?
Well, first we budgeted it at 100 because we did not know how much it was going to cost. We did not know. We just started, right? So we budgeted at $100,000, saying we hope it's going to be somewhere around 100,000. We had no idea where we were going to end up. So what we did is we went out for RFQ. We sent it out, and we got the prices back. What was the price, Andrea, that we got back first from them?
I don't have the
180.
It was about 180. So I spoke to Andrea and Tom Foster, and I said, you guys have to negotiate this. I wanted it down to $100,000 as well, but Katie, I understand where you're coming from. What I don't want is to pay $100,000 for something that's going to be useless versus paying something $165,000 is going to be very useful. I get what Ed is saying, asking the manager, is there a way that we can find some overlap? Can we take some of the load off of them with some of our staff? If that's possible, great. I don't know if that's going to be possible or not. But I can definitely move in that direction, and we can try to see if there's a way that we can do that.
I've seconded the proposal by Ed London. Can we call the question?
That's for the amendment.
For the amendment.
The amendment, okay. Mayor Davey?
Yes.
Councilmember Laredo?
No.
Councilmember London?
Yes.
Councilmember McCormick?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Moss?
Yes.
Councilmember Petros?
No.
Councilmember Segurola?
No.
Motion carries.
Is there any more?
May I ask the manager to give me her feedback on this?
Certainly.
Sure. So I think the simplest answer is it's based on the scope that is desired to be able to achieve the outcome. So the cost.
So are you recommending this, Madam? Yes or no?
I think it'd be a great exercise, and I would love to have a vision plan produced by this firm. I think.
So your answer is yes. All right. Let me just. I obviously know, and I mean this in the highest sense and respect that I have for each one of you. But obviously, we have a major philosophical break, which we're not going to bridge. And this is, I was quite surprised. Let me put her in perspective. We're all talking about efficiency and cutting back. The last meeting we had, notwithstanding how you feel about the bike path, is clearly not something we needed urgently to do this year, which is a special year. We all agree on that. So that's $200,000. Now we're adding 165,000. That's 365,000. If my memory serves me right, when we set the millage, the gap was around 385. So right there, you almost covered the gap that we have on our budget. I was very surprised as we had the last meeting and talking about the bond issue, et cetera, that the issue of the bike path reconsideration did not get rejected because or defer to another year because that is something that we can do down the road. So under these circumstances, we now had what we call in baseball a very slow pitches at us, 165 and 200,000, and we failed to hit the ball. So I don't know where you're going to find the cuts. All of you individually, at London specifically, I guess more focused on police. But I can tell you, this makes our job a lot more difficult. And to be honest with you, I am completely demoralized as one representative. What I'm asking our employees to take back and cut back on their benefits when we're spending this kind of money on soft costs and things that we do not need. It simply disarms our argument of sharing responsibilities and sharing cuts on these difficult times. Even if you wanted to have it, to at least defer for a year would be a healthy sign to the people of Key Biscayne that we're conscious of their reality. I am stunned by your decisions, but I respect it. And I guess we just have a parting of the way philosophically. I intend to make cuts, or at least try in this budget. This would have been an easy 365. So we're going to have some very tough ones coming up. And I'm very surprised that the manager supports it, 165,000, when she's trying to find other cuts in the budget. But then again, I stopped trying to figure it out. Okay. I just have to do my own thing, and hopefully, of course, the people will speak up. That in democracy, people will speak up in November, and we'll move on. But this is an unnecessary waste of money at this time, and I'm saddened that you're moving in that direction. That's all. And to boot, increase it almost by 70-80%. All of a sudden, it was 165. And so, with that having said, I want to get this on the record. What is the next motion, Mr. Mayor?
I've got to let Councilmember McCormick's up to speak, but
I just was going to ask that we keep in mind the hour and that we have other items.
Right. Okay.
Well, I think this is the last time.
The motion is to approve the resolution as amended.
I have a question for the attorney. I read the charter and I've got opinions, private opinions, because I don't want to get involved, from two other lawyers, that this fits under the criteria of section 7.05, which talks about grants and charitable contribution. This is not a function of our government, of manager. Therefore, does this apply, yes or no, as a grant?
No.
And why is it not a grant? Can you give me a legal opinion in writing?
I mean, if you'd like, if the council would like me to, I could tell you right now, it's not a grant.
We have a motion before us. If you'd like to ask for
Well, it's been a pass, Mayor, so I'm asking the man.
Well, let's get through respectfully. If you'd like to discuss that.
To two other lawyers' opinion, that this is a grant. This is not part of the administration.
Respect, Councilman.
So it's for a board. It's for a board of this committee, which falls clearly under the.
No. We're not giving any money to a board. Are you saying we're giving money to a board?
Well, you're the one.
No. No board is getting any money here. This is a consultant.
The recommendations, neither are the charitable organizations we support, which we may have to look at cutting them back.
This is our board that we put together on our plan.
The recommendation came under.
The vote, excuse me, guys, this is devolving incredibly for us.
That's ridiculous.
More into the absurd.
People are concerned, Mayor. If you're tired, get some rest. But people are concerned about wasting money, and I want to have from
your attitude is inappropriate, sir. Please, let's just get through this. Can we?
I'm tired of listening to this.
Have a meeting where we have civility, please. That's all I'm asking you to do. A little civility toward your fellow council members. There's
their civility to stop interrupting me if you do it. I want to have,
sir. I understand.
Notwithstanding the vote, a legal opinion in writing on why 7.05.
If you'd like to bring a vote for that, Chad, what's the process to bring a request for an opinion from the attorney?
Typically, we give opinions when the council directs us.
Okay.
As a whole.
Okay. Let's have this vote, and then we can certainly have the discussion on the legal opinion. Can you call the question, please?
Councilmember Laredo,
No?
Councilmember London,
Forgot what the damn thing is already.
It's your motion, the one you amended for the resolution.
Yes.
It's too much.
Councilmember McCormick,
Yes.
Too much.
Vice Mayor Moss,
Yes.
Councilmember Petros,
No.
Councilmember Segurola,
No.
Mayor Davey,
Yes.
motion carries.
Okay. So let's get back to the result of the issue. Councilmember Laredo, you're putting a motion before the council to have a legal opinion drafted as to what specifically?
My reading of section 7.05, which addresses grants, is that this is a grant. I have sought and gotten verbally 2 opinions from 2 other councils that don't want to be identified. That would be the case, because if that is the case, it's a different kind of vote. It is a donation or to a board. It is an external. It is not a part of the administration that is the village manager, and it's no different than it is, for example, our contribution to the 4th of July committee, for example, that falls under the 7.05 and section of our charter.
Okay.
And I would like to have, I know that Chad has verbally given us his opinion. I'd like to have it in writing because there may be some other action that people may want to pursue.
Is there a second for the council member's motion?
Second.
Okay. Discussion?
How much does it cost to get a legal opinion?
No, from him, yeah.
How much will it cost?
I mean,
is this cost neutral?
I guess it'll take, maybe an hour or 2. I mean, to me, it's kind of cut and dry. The council's hiring
How much are you gonna charge us?
Consultant.
Well, no, the council is, the counseling is, Mayor, the paperwork that I received came under the stationery of the village council, addressed, it's signed by the chairman of the committee, that I respect their work. And they are requesting as a board, which is an independent entity, they're not the council, it's an independent entity, just like the community foundation is an independent entity. And all of those other sub members that will come up for a vote in our budget in terms of community groups, they're all grants. And if you can cut here, you're going to have to cut somewhere.
But I think, Councilmember Laredo, just so I mean, the distinction is there's no money going to this board. I mean, the council is hiring a consultant to prepare.
Not the council. Not the council.
That's what the resolution says.
The money is a procedural problem. The money is being asked. The money is being asked not by the village manager, unless you correct it, but by a committee. Not a committee of the board.
Advisory board.
They're advising.
Advisory board, and they in turn will have done the work to hire this person who went from 100 to 165. It is not as clear cut as you. Respectfully, I disagree with you as you think it is, but I respect your opinion, and I like to have it in writing, so that we have it for the record. And
we have a second on the motion. Do we have any other discussion?
I think I think
the second
one of the council members.
What's it going to cost? How much is it going to cost?
I'll write an email. I mean, to me, it's so cut and dry that.
Hey, Chad, give us a cost. The council member's asking for a cost.
I won't expend more than 2.5 hours doing this. So, it's like $500. We're going $200 now.
Something that we can clear up here is ridiculous.
I mean, if this is the case, then every single thing that you guys have done is to everything is to a grant. I mean, but I respect what Councilmember Laredo thinks, and we'll put it together if you guys want. But
let's do the vote. Bring it to a vote.
Yeah, bring it to a vote, because I'm not voting for $500.
Call the question. We got a couple of things to discuss.
Councilmember London,
No.
Councilmember McCormick,
No.
Vice Mayor Moss,
No.
Councilmember Petros,
No.
Councilmember Segarola,
No.
Mayor Davey,
Yes.
Councilmember Laredo,
Yes.
motion fails.
Okay. Next item.
Okay. The next item, Mr. Mayor's reports and recommendations. Solicitation for a new board member for the Parks and Open Spaces Advisory Board, Councilmember Petros.
I believe this is the proper procedure to do this, but we're going to have an opening on our Parks and Open Space Board. I'd like to announce it to the community and give everybody a chance. And if our clerk could send out an email on, and I don't know who's doing it now with Village Connect, but just to inform all the residents that they should apply, and if the mayor can make a selection at the next regularly scheduled council meeting.
Yeah, please, if people can get people to send in, and then I'll come back to you. I'll make my recommendation and we'll see how council goes.
And obviously, every one of us can go out and tell people to apply if you think somebody's interested.
Councilmember Petros, could you maybe give a little bit of information to anyone watching of what they do in case it strikes somebody's fancy?
The Parks and Open Space Board has been around for a while. They are the people that advocate. They look for properties within our community to try to increase green space, and they evaluate properties and bring forth recommendations to the council. And then we can make a decision whether to ask our manager to proceed if there's a possibility of a purchase. The other thing that they do is they look at, I think, our parks and try to analyze, again, on some type of capacity of vision of what we'd like to see in our community. And then they may go search for opportunities but it all falls back to recreation, open space. And I also believe the director of Parks and Recs, Todd, he's the staff member that sits on the board. And he also sometimes can ask for advice or thoughts on different things that are happening within his parks domain.
Can the manager
if I missed something, please speak up. Anybody
Can you send us the names of the people and who is vacating?
Yes.
And the clerk
Pat Woodson is leaving.
Pat Woodson, sorry. I served with her as Pat Wine. Apologies.
And send us a list of the other members the clerk can send us.
Okay, thank you for that. Next item.
Exploring the option paid parking around the village green and the village buildings. Councilmember Petros.
Okay, I meant to bring this forth with the presentation of improvements on Fernwood, because the village staff will be shortly, when they're ready, bringing forth a plan to increase parking spaces at the village green, which does, you would say on the surface, go against our idea of trying to encourage residents to walk and bike in our community and use other forms of transportation. So even though our residents, there's a parking shortage, we know there's a parking shortage. It's come out in multiple surveys. And yet we've, by and large, since I've been on council, we have been trying to resist just putting more buildings for parking, because we have such a small community and we really want to focus on being more friendly to our environment so that people come home and park and find other ways to get around, whether it be golf carts, electric golf carts, preferably bikes, walking. And what I brought forth, and I spoke to Chief Press about the idea of having us think about having some paid parking to help keep people's cars at home, decrease congestion possibly, as well as we have problems around Village Hall in particular, where residents can actually just park their cars and keep them there. I think there's quite a few condominiums that have only one parking space, and the second car ends up in village property. And I think that this could help alleviate more than one thing. So I'm sure there are unintended consequences, but I want you guys to discuss it. And if we agree that it's worth pursuing, we could ask our manager to work with the powers that be to come up with an idea that they think is resident friendly and meets our objectives.
Councilmember Cigarola is recognized.
Katie, I greatly respect the motivation behind what you're proposing, and I understand why you're doing it. But for me, I really have no interest, this is my personal opinion, in squeezing our residents or our visitors for any more money. I think that, if anything, the lack of parking sort of takes care of itself in people having to ride bike or walk. But I like our village without parking meters, and I'd like to keep it that way. That's just my opinion.
Anybody else? I tend to agree. I mean, I see, I'm sorry, Councilman McCormick is.
Thank you. I agree with everything that Councilmember Cigarola said, and I would also like to say thank you for thinking outside the box and trying to come up with some solutions. This does strike me, though, as just another way to take money from residents, which I think we're all trying to avoid. But additionally, I think it goes against sort of what we try to do here. When we come across the bridge and you're up on the top of the tall bridge and you're looking out at the village of Key Biscayne Causeway like a decompression chamber. But I also find that when I go to a parking spot where I have to pay and I'm either frantically looking for coins in the bottom of my purse, or I'm running late and at the Village Green, it would be to bring your kid to soccer, and you go to use a pay by phone and you realize your credit card is expired. These are the kinds of things that I think just really increase stress. And when we're inside of the village and we're trying to take care of our residents and make life a more enjoyable experience. So I absolutely applaud the idea of trying to come up with ways to get people out of their cars. But I think on this one, I'm a no.
I understand what you're trying to do, Councilmember Petros. I do, but I also think that in addition to the stress and everything else, I think, and to Councilmember Cigarola's points about parking meters and all, I think what we do wind up doing is driving people into trying to park underneath at the community center and trying to park in other areas, and then walking over to the green, maybe parking at the community church. I don't see it as something that'd be very successful.
I do want to add a couple things. When I talked to Chief Press, it wasn't the straightforward, whether it's a parking meter or a pay for park, that we're doing that to the community. It was more along the lines of something like Miami Beach does, which actually helps secure parking for residents at certain times, where you would have a decal, and there would be times like you wouldn't have overnight parking, but there would be times that areas are completely free to park, or for certain periods of time. It wasn't meant to be a straight up pay for parking. It was meant to be a little more nuanced than that, to help alleviate some of the congestion. And I respect if you guys don't even want to go down that path. He told me he brought it up once before, and he does support the idea. So if you want to try to think out of the box one step further, that would be great. But if you don't, I will respect that as well. It really wasn't meant to be a revenue producer for the island, or for the on the residents' back.
Right, I get that. All right.
That's it.
That's it.
The next item, Mr. Mayor, is Robert's Rules.
Right. So I'm trying to run these meetings, as the chair, but I feel like we're not getting there a lot of the time. And I'm supposed to be running them, so I'll take the heat. But I think part of it is that we've been lax about adhering protocols. And I think Robert's Rules lays out a really well thought out system of running and operating a meeting and running a council such as we are. So what I'd like is to ask that we start doing so as we move forward. That is, you know, I will be recognized. I was trying to do that. I'm reading up more on Robert's Rules. But I think it's going to help us in the future. You know, speaking through the chair, I know when the manager got here that she originally was doing that a lot, and I would say, you don't have to do that. But I think it will help us to be a better council. I think it will help us to be more productive in our discussions. I think there will be less, I hope they are less confrontational and more listening to one another and not just talking at each other or talking over one another. So I would ask your indulgence, and I would just like the consensus of council that we move to adhere more strictly to Robert's Rules. I just wanted to hear what you all had to say. I didn't want it to, you know, I'm one of 7, so I wanted to hear what you all had to say about it.
Fine with it.
Okay. Anybody else?
Yeah, Michael?
Yes.
Obviously, we've had some problems in the past, and maybe the rules would help eliminate those problems. And maybe you would set limits on various discussions and how many people, how many times you would speak, so that we can move forward and not have any kind of
that's part of it. And maybe what I can do is
between members, knowing we know what we can do, what we can't do, and we can act accordingly.
Correct. So what I would suggest is, what I'd like to do is send everybody just what the Robert's Rules lay out. And if anybody has any objections, we can talk those through. And then we can come to a consensus of council on how to operate moving forward in terms of numbers of times. And then when you have to make a motion to speak again, or, you know, the limits on the times you were going to speak. You know, we want everybody has the right to say what they want and to be heard. And so, but I think in order for us to be more productive, I think we need to adhere to those rules a little better. And I'm certainly, so I will bring it back, and going forward, I would like to start adhering to them more stringently.
I am, my reflection is that being in other places where the Robert's Rules of Order are overcome or are bettered if we have some civility and some respect to each other, and we are equal in every sense as the representatives of the people. And unfortunately, we inherited a system that originally was supposed to correct, which is the government in the sunshine, and I was part of that movement when I was younger. It unfortunately makes for us to be more efficient very difficult, and in a sense makes then our meetings more burdensome, because it's the only time that we can exchange views. So I am all for it, but I think the biggest thing is flexibility. We are, just like my other talks about, you know, all these consultants and stuff, we're a small island. Everybody knows everybody. You know, you can say 3 minutes apply to myself as to a member of the public. And, you know, we go over a little bit sometimes. We have to, you know, nicely, you can tell us, okay, and come back. But there's things that need to be developed, because our only job is to make decisions of policy. And those are done through conversations. We can do better. I agree with you, and this is a good step. Move forward with a better attitude rather than the rules, and understand that that's the only way I can communicate. Because a lot of times I come in with my mind made up on something, and hearing Katie or somebody else, I change it, because I don't have an ability and that takes a little time. So, I mean, you have to have a patience with us as well. We're trying to struggle to move forward our points of view, which are not just our points of view, it's the points of view of the people we think voted for us. But I commend this gesture of yours, and I think we'll do better. We're doing it a lot better, I think. Even today, which I have big disappointment, I think you handle it well. And that's, so I applaud the spirit of it, and just urge you to be flexible with the time more than anything else.
Thank you. Councilmember Petros, you're recognized.
I don't know if this is part of Robert's rules or not. It probably isn't. I know it's part of our village restrictions, but with public comments, we have a 3-minute time limit. And I feel like at times we have been inconsistent in applying the 3-minute time limit. And so if we're doing this and we're trying to get more formal, I would like to suggest that we also, regardless of who the person is, if we're gonna instill the time limit, we either do it for everybody or we don't do it at all.
Understood.
Agreed.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor and the manager, I know I mentioned this before, and it's for your image and for all our image. We really have to work on the technical aspects of this virtual world, because people who can't get through then go off into conspiracy theories and all that kind of stuff, because some of the regular ones always get on the other, and it's, so maybe, the clerk and the manager can work on simplifying, if it's possible. I think when we're back to physical meeting, we won't have that, but the frustrations, people
we
can't
agree
get through.
entirely, and I applaud.
Well, today, about 4 people who were on the line couldn't tune in.
Yeah, Jocelyn and I are meeting on it. I think we're tomorrow or Thursday, so we agree. We need to, we're gonna.
And please, Madam Manager, we cannot have this kind of load, and I know I'm not blaming anybody, dropped on us 5 o'clock on Friday before a meeting. It's just not sustainable.
Agree. And
everybody has family, everybody has a job, everybody has travel. I know that it's difficult circumstances, but it's not fair to us. Anyway.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Good
Thank
night.
you all.
Thank you.
Next issue, next item, I think is the final.
The next item, Mr. Mayor, is candidates qualifying for the office of council member. The following residents have qualified: Jennifer Allegra, Matt Bramson, Frank Kaplan, Armando Chapelli, Louisa Conway, Reynaldo Figueredo, Michael Kelly, Allison McCormick, Brett Moss, and Oscar Sardinius.
Motion to adjourn.
No, Mike,
Oh,
hold
sorry.
on. You guys had tabled that.
Oh,
item
we tabled? That's right. I apologize.
on Brett's motion.
Good call. Good catch. Good catch.
I would just do the motion to defer, then though you guys will get a date. There's no reason to set a date certain.
We might have a date already.
Yes, I thank you, Chad, for that opportunity, but I tried to. So I think what works for us, Thursday the 10th in the evening, or a morning may work better. We also suggested Friday the 11th, like 8, 9, an 8 p.m. session or something. So whatever.
Thursday the 10th would be better for me.
Me too.
How are we looking as a group?
As long as I can't make it during the day, at night's fine.
Okay, 6 p.m.
What did Ed said? Oh, he said a different time.
Ed said the 10th. Ed said the 10th at night.
That's fine.
Thursday the 10th at 6 p.m.
Okay.
Do you say in the evening? You can't on Thursday either, Mayor, right?
No, I can on Thursday at 6 p.m. I can make that.
But not in the morning. Okay.
Not in the morning. The morning's no good.
All right, so Thursday.
September 11th.
I can do the night. I can't do the day.
Okay.
Yeah. We're in.
Councilmember Segurola, I think you're the only one who didn't.
I'm good on the 10th at 6 p.m.
Okay.
So then it's Brett Moss's motion is to defer those items to September 10th. And there was a second, and then we just need the vote.
Right. All those in favor?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Now motion to adjourn.
Second.
Second.
Oh.
Good night.
Aye.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.